Well, hello. Happy Friday, all. We made it. We're here. How we doing? How's everybody feeling? Amber! Why must you do this, Amber? Why must you do these things? Oh, friend, thank you for the message. Are the flies gone? I think they are. I really think they actually might be. I haven't seen one in a little while, so they're either lying dormant, waiting to attack, or they're gone. I think they might be waiting for waiting to strike. They're like coordinating a strike, and they're just gonna all just go attack. I don't know. No Fly Friday. That's right. No Fly Day. That's right. Izu, hello, friend. How are we doing, guys? Good to see you. Oh, my goodness gracious. Fifth, thank you so much for the 14 months. Oh, my goodness. Blondie, welcome back. Let's prestige. Oh, you think so? That's worth a pause. That's worth a pause. Roger that. Thank you, Amber. Friendly reminder, always check once a week at least. Grizzly, thank you for the 14 months. Lago, thank you for the biddies. Northern, thank you for the 7 months. Nasty, thank you for the 5. Hello, friends. The flies are in your apartment now. Sorry, Splash. Can't help you. You get a prestige today? Well, that is the topic. You can't see me? I'm there. I'm there. I'm the little GIF running. That's right. You see a little Toothy McToothface coming after me? That's right. Toothy McToothface is trying to get me. It's a coming. That timer is how long it takes for Toothy McToothface to get me. Yeah. And then when someone subs, Toothy McToothface has to start all the way back at the other side. And when you say gotcha nerd, and then it has to go all the way back. But that's okay. We're about to switch screens anyway, so we're safe. We're fine. Oh, start the stream with 0 evidence, brownstone banger. That sounds like an awful idea. Can I borrow the phone charger? No, it is mine. It's charging my phone. You'll see it's charging my phone. See? I keep getting notifications. I gotta charge it. That's right. Ball. All right, we're ready to rock. Mind if I steal the guitar? Yeah, you can borrow it. You can borrow it. That's fine. You can't convince me. You can't do some sort of chat vote. That's not going to do shit. I hope you're aware of that. Thank you for the follow, friend. Appreciate it. Random everything is possible. Splash. Me and you are here, Splash. I think that was where my mind was. Gamer Wolf. I was kind of feeling a random everything. I have a couple ideas for today. Yeah. I have a couple ideas for today. Gamer Wolf. The absolute F. Friend, thank you so much for the subs. Oh my goodness. How are you guys doing today? Take off your hat again. Oh, wait, I carry the set. No. It's Friday. I know. Oh, man. Lady Tetris, how are you? Good to see you guys. I'm excited. Hey, Tetris, how are you? Good to see you. Today's the new Ghost album day. Nice. Hi, Sparkle. It's Friday. Yes. Sparkle, today on the other app things, I'm going to try something. Hopefully you'll be able to be portrait and landscape. We'll see if it works. Yeah. Love the Reptar shirt. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I love it too. kind of a headset do you have? These are Arctis 7s. Oh, hey, how are you? Steel Series Arctis 7s. I've had them for a couple years. They are pretty great. Pretty great. The sound is awesome. They're very comfy. And I think one of the things that makes them really stand out is that if you wear glasses, especially, it's hard to find headphones that don't just smash the glasses into your skull. These are comfy. These don't do that. So it's nice. It's nice. Rayla, hello. Saw the concert film in theaters. As a relatively new fan of the band, I was blown away. The lore they've crafted about the music is so good. Oh, that sounds cool. Thank you, Amber. Oh, hey, how are you? Got my Steel Series based off of the glasses point. I have nothing. Yes. Yes, Angel. Yes. So from experience, somebody that has them, somebody that gets headaches, so all that jazz. Yes. What's up, Eagle? Working a new job. Nice. Missed it. What headphones? Arctis 7s. ARCTIS? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. Arctis 7. I don't know how much they go for now. I'm not completely sure. You'd have to go check out their website. Yep. I'm sure that they have new iterations of them. I have the same ones. They're pretty popular. They're a pretty popular brand. I mean, I'm pretty sure that when I got them, they were not the newest by any means. I just heard very good reviews. That's all. Yep. Tika, thank you for the 5 subs. Guys, thank you for the hype train. I appreciate you all so stinking much. And Fishy Buns. If I'd gotten the memo, I'd have gone with the Reptar Underoos today. You're trying to tell me you got some Reptar drawers? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You got some Reptar drawers, Fishy Buns? You trying to say something? Did you see the Olympics opening before you started streaming? I did. Yes. I saw all of the ships, the boats, the freaking whatever the hell you want to call them. Some of them were ships. Some of them were dinghies. I have 2 pairs. Thank you very much. Yeah, depending on what freaking country it was, a couple of them were like dinghies. Yeah, I saw some of it. Good ceremony. Yeah. What'd you call me? I have Arctis Nova 7s because I couldn't find the regulars. Paid like $150 maybe. But do you like them though? Are they really do you really enjoy them? Quit playing with your dick. Yeah. Favorite color? Blue. Some of the bigger ships had more than one. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah. But man, there were so many people on them. Holy shit. But some of the countries, holy shit. Did you see how many like when it said at the bottom of the screen how many people were participating for that country? Holy shit. I think what did Germany? It was like 450 some odd people. Like, oh my God. I guess you just didn't realize how many were participating. It's kind of crazy. Lord Mushu, hello, friend. Canada 313, nice. First time catching a stream, watching the YouTube vids. Welcome in, friend. Not everyone attends the opening ceremony, though. Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, it's just even seeing the number of people that are, participating just in all the events. It's crazy. It's a lot. Okay. Today, we are obviously doing the Phasmos. The title, to prestige or not to prestige, is the question of if we're going to prestige today. I don't know. I'm very, very torn. Do a poll? No, that's not the way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to let it be decided by a poll. That's not going to be the way we do it. No. Thunderbolt. Dude, thank you for the 10 subs. Holy shit, Dreadstone. You guys. Good gravy. Thank you so freaking much, guys. Thunderbolt, thank you so much. Dread, hi, homie.
There's some jobs ready for you.
First time catching the stream and catching the vids on YouTube. I appreciate it, Wolf. Welcome in. What did I just come into? Hunter's Moon. I don't know. It's really hard to describe sometimes. Uncertain. What is today? The 26th? How many days are left in the month? A few couple. We do have 31 days this month. That is true. So technically speaking, we have today, Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. So we have technically 4 streams left for this to still be a possibility, by the way. Just FYI, fun fact of the day. Yeah. Hi, Royal. Fifth, thank you for gifting a sub to, is it Demite Wolf? Thank you so much. Drunk Bobo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, we are level here. Let's switch over so we can see what level we are. I need to switch my capture. We were playing Pilgrim last time, which was freaking hilarious. I'll definitely have a video out on that, by the way. I will definitely have a video out on that. Last person complete. No, definitely not. No, because you have to understand, if there's a lot to factor in here when it comes to prestiging. If we prestige now, we lose a lot of ability here. If we prestige right now, I lose all my tier 3 stuff, right? So if I lose all of my tier 3 stuff, what can't I do? I can't do a random everything. It makes it a lot harder if we want to try to do an Apocalypse 3 run, which we haven't done on Point Hope yet. Spoiler alert. Which we might try today. Yeah. Dave says otherwise. Okay, listen. He's a maniac. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He doesn't count. He's like one in like whatever. Hi, Shade. How are you? I've never done an Apocalypse 3 run on Point Hope. Hi, Fancy. Hi, Fear. Happy Friday. Good to see you. I haven't done one yet, and I think we should do one today. Because with our level 100, when you get to level 90, you've unlocked every item. So we have the lanterns and stuff. So I think what we're going to do today, before we do any kind of prestiging, we want to try to get at least one good. Even if I don't make it, as long as it is a decent run of Apocalypse 3 on Point Hope, a random everything run, meaning random items, random map. Maybe we do random items, random map, random settings. And then maybe we prestige. I thought about maybe waiting to prestige until after the weekly. But if we wait to do that, if I prestige right before the weekly, hear me out. No, because it would still be beneficial now. As long as we prestige before the weekly, it would be beneficial. Yeah. Try what Mike did. Not sure if he did it successfully. Apocalypse 3 with trying to finish the secret on Point Hope. There's no way. He has so much more knowledge and just knowledge. Oh. Yeah, no shot. Doesn't it like take you 3 weeks to the next prestige? I think it just depends on what we're doing. Yeah. First Ghost to Ghost it might be. Kino, thank you so much for the 2 months, guys. Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it so much. Thank you guys very much. Very stinking much. We are already well on our way to the first wheel spin. Did you hear when the wait? Did you hear about the Olympic what? Did you hear where the Olympic surfing competition? No, I didn't. Hey Squid, what's up, dude? So what do we start with then? That's the question. Tahiti. Ooh, when? When is that supposed to happen? Apocalypse 3.0. Maybe we do a nightmare warm-up just to warm up the old fingies and then do it. Wolfie, thank you for the bits. Maybe that's what we do. Why are you coming to tell me that you got banned for saying something on Upton's stream? Why are you coming to me to self-report? That's a really strange first message. It's like going to the police station. Dude, I just robbed this place and they kicked me out. Can you believe this shit? Everyone's doing that. Should do Willow for the first map. Do a nice comfort map before we go into absolute hell. That might not be a bad idea. Might not be a bad idea. It's the cool thing. You ain't cool unless you're ratting on yourself, I guess. Gwen, thank you for the biddy. Appreciate it. Gaga. Hi, friend. Is that a TikTok challenge? Maybe I'm missing out on something. Yeah, maybe I'm too old. I don't know. You tell me you haven't robbed a place. Lago. Oh my God. All right, let's do it. Let's do the ting. Gaga, how are you, friend? Good to see you. How was stream earlier? I've been freaking nothing but projects. Luckily, I'm very caught up though. Very caught up. Love it when Flash is holding on for dear life in Tanglewood. I don't know what that means. Hey, what up, Corbs? DJ, thank you for the lurk. You know exactly what it means. No, I don't. All right. Let's do the ting. You're playing? Well, good luck in your games, friend. Gaslight? No, I'm not. How dare you? Community games on Fridays, which is always a blast. I do a Phantom. Oh, no. Just let them walk right into me because you didn't see it. Oh, why play in a private lobby instead of single player? Because single player is broken. I'm pretty sure it's still broken. It was supposed to be fixed, but I don't think it's actually fixed. Wait, that is still broken, right? It was supposed to be fixed, but it's not actually fixed. Am I correct on that? Somebody fact check me. I believe it's still broken. Okay. The reason I do a multiplayer lobby is because I want the ghost to be able to hear me. So in a single player lobby, if you are talking through your microphone for the ghost to hear you, it can't actually hear you. So like, let's say I'm sitting in a closet and I'm talking through my microphone, the ghost can't actually hear me. So if you're trying to do a yokai test where you're trying to talk to the ghost to get it to hunt you, yeah, it doesn't work. So, yeah. Yeah, that's been broken for a very, very long time. They're working on it, and they thought they fixed it. It's not fixed. Yeah. Yeah. Explain so much. Yeah. We were doing some testing on it. Yep, Storm, Derpy, what's up, Double? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? So that's why we do this, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, is it the biggest deal in the world? No, not really. As long as it doesn't affect my game that much, I really don't care. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let us... Whoa. Easy. Okay. All right, Nightmare. Let's rock. What up, Derpy? So we'll do a nice little warm up on Willow, and then after that, we're going to be stupid, and we're going to do an Apocalypse 3 that we are not ready to do or trained to do on Point Hope. Sound good? Wait, is my in-game sound on? It might not be. Nope, it's not. I got to restart the game. Thank you for the 11 months. I got to restart the game. Don't mind me. Talks amongst yourselves. When my audio is not on the correct source for some reason, I have to restart the game when it's on the right source. So the game is coming when it's a thing. It's fine. Thought I heard the guy on the radio so we could hear. Oh, well, maybe it's just me then. On my end, I can't hear it. Yeah. I have to do it so that I can hear it. Yeah. Thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs.
Hey, Amanda. I feel you. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see. Now I can hear it.
Looks like there are others out
Been there before. Yeah, because I've got my Stream Deck set up where I have a little button to where I can have it come through my speakers, just in case I don't want to have my headphones on or something. But sometimes I forget. Yeah. Yeah. Your mins. Oh, on YouTube. I got you. Welcome in, friend. Good to see you. What up, player? All right. Nice little warm up on Willers. Let's go.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one.
Okay. Let's go over here. Let's do these. Let's do these. We go over there. Do these. All right. Hopefully this goes well. Hopefully this goes well. Hold, please. All right, I'm just getting that rolling too. Okay. Just getting the stuff rolling. Holding, thank you. Appreciate you. You rock. We can already see that it is snowing outside because we can see our breath. We can see our breath. Okay. Okay. Cool. We're ready to rock. Ready to rock. Good to go. Let's go. What do we have? We have Gary Belfield, motion, escape, and EMF. So nice little warm-up round before, well, all hell breaks loose. Did a child kick your screen again? Yeah. I don't know how they keep getting into the damn truck. Hi, Apocrypha. How are you, friend? Sparkle. Yeah. We found a way to do it, friend. We found a way. We found a way. Apparently, if a ghost interacts with things while the light is on, like throwing items, it's a polty, as no ghost can throw objects and such when the lights are on in the room. Do you know anything about this or have heard of this? I can't seem to find info or check it. Might have something to do extensive testing on it. So there are some different factors that might change what you know about that, or things outside of that. I mean, I can show you what I mean. So let's say, for instance, okay, let's use this room, for example. Okay, the light is on inside of this room, right? So what you're saying, right, which is true, right? If the ghost is in here, the ghost can't throw things in this room unless it's a poltergeist. But all of a sudden, you see an item get thrown in here, but it's not a poltergeist. Why would it do that? It's more than likely because the ghost was over here and it reached into that room and threw something. That's why. Because the ghosts have a 3-meter range. So 3 meters away, whether it's here or whether it's over here, and it did it. That's why. So this room, the lights are off. This room, the lights are off. Miss Scoozy. And that's why it was able to throw in the room with the lights on, because it was standing in a room where the lights were off. So one way that you can check that is you can turn the lights on in the surrounding room. So like when I check for a shade, what I'll do is I'll turn the lights on in the surrounding rooms and I'll turn the light off in the room that I'm in. And the ghost won't throw anything in here, and it can't walk into this room and throw something because it's lit in here, so it can't reach because the light's on in here. That's why. Oh, yeah. Tex, thank you for gifting a sub. Appreciate you. Highland, thank you for the biddies. Where did I hear something, by the way? Was that in the garage? No, wait. Hey, Super. Where did I hear something? What up, Lupus? Where did I hear shit? There's just so much. I know. And it's definitely even harder now because there's just so much to learn. Was it? So remember when I said the ghost might, let's pretend it's in this room? No, it's in this room. Yeah, it's there. Hey, what's up, Nick? What's up, Guinea? Late, did I miss anything? No, you're a good friend. We just got here. Why does the monkey paw not work with my voice? I've tried all the settings and pressed V. Did you make sure that your Windows microphone is the same as the in-game microphone? Super, refollowing the stream to get your name called out is not a good method of attention seeking. I have no problem calling people out that do that shit. I don't know what it means. I'm new to PC gaming. So if you go to your sound settings inside of your PC, check which microphone you have set as your main microphone, as in what microphone you use, and then make sure you go into your audio settings in here, and that is the same microphone. You want to make sure that it's the same. All right, so I see no orbicals. Does dirty water give you any clues to which good? No. Nope, dirty water is just an interaction. It just lets you know that Ghosty is nearby. That's about it. What up, Mr. Cheese? Hi, Roxy. Alyssa, thank you. Oh, there's duets. We have duets. Did she make a ghost that doesn't like water? I don't know how you would repel it. Just jamming? Like, what if it doesn't like water, what would you do? The odds of getting a ghost, to even give you dirty water are very low. Yeah, yeet. Royal, thank you for the gigantic emote. Oh, it's so bright. Lash, thank you for the 9 months. Forgotten, thank you for the 10. Hey, what's up, Faz? Welcome in, friend. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. What's up, Alyssa? What's up, Ashton? What's the most aggressive ghost? Most aggressive? I guess, I mean, I would venture to say that that's very situational. Someone could say the demon because it can hunt you at any sanity, but it depends on what settings you play on, right? Can't watch, dude. Whoa. Oh no, I forgot. I'm gonna ask. I just went to do. Okay, hold on. Sorry, hold on. So when we played another game the other day, I totally forgot. What button do I use? Hold, please. I forgot I changed my keybinds. Because the other game didn't allow you to change your keybinds, so I changed it on my mouse. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Where were we? No TV for you. The forbidden keybinds. Favorite map? This one. I love Willow. Willow's my favorite for sure. Not a Goryo. Oh, we see it in person. Nice. Where are you?
In a way.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Right. Wraith, Phantom, Yokadillo. Wraith, Phantom, Yokadillo. He loves the dudes. Ashton, thank you, homie. It's a me. Salt test. Oh, yeah. Salt test, photo test, all the tests. We'll get a motion sensor. We'll do all the things. What are the other ghosties? Yokai Dio. Ooh, we could try to get a Dio response. Want to hear the growl? We could try. Last survivor. Hello. Hopefully it's a wraith. Meh. Me. Me. We'll see. It is. Not. All right, show up. Let's go. Definitely not a wraith. Definitely not a wraith. What's up, Alex? So we can walk the Dio. Maybe. I don't even have one. Get out of here. Get out of here. Maybe we know where the dots are going to show up because we'll use the motion sensor to know. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. Don't. Wait. Did you walk here too? You did. Yeah. Not today. What up, Jaden? What level salt is the best? I like level 2. Like tier 2 is my favorite. Okay, you're over there. Come on. You were giving us freaking dots like great. Okay, there we go. So now we know it's not a phantom. So it's either a yokai or Dio. Hey, are you a Dio or a yokai? Are you a yokai? Hello? Are you a yokai? I should probably go get a smudge. Let's get a smudge. Let's go get a smudge. Smudge? Let's get a smudge. Just in case. You know, feel a little better about ourselves. And then we'll escape all that stuff. It'll be fine. Oh, Oklahoma, where the... Okay. We have one smudge. That's all we need. We'll be fine. Bone by the couch? Yep. Thank you. Take the Dio. It might not be a Dio. We don't know. Alright. So we got a triple over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, that's a 7 pile over there. Don't let me forget it. Okay? We have a 7 pile over there. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
In a way.
Are you near?
In a way.
What's her name, Gaming? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? 7 pile, thank you. How's it going? Where are you? Are you near?
Far
Where are you? No, you're not. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Take our Dio for a walk. Here, why don't we do this? Try to get it again. Where are you? Are you near?
Taken away.
Where are you? How was your stream? What's her name? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you?
Was taken away.
Where are you? Hi, Eric.
Far from their home.
Where are you? Are you near? Flash didn't see your message. Was it hi, Baho? How long have you been playing Phas? Do you like Phas when the console version coming out? Play? What do you have? Any tips becoming content creator coming out on my channel? Shut up. Where are you? Are you here? There we go. Nice cleaner version of it. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to take this guy. We want to get rid of it. Hey, what up, Toxic? We want to put it over here. Just get it out of there. So, adio. It's eventually going to walk through that at some point. We have a nice lighter and a smooge. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. I was curious what I look like. I didn't know. I wasn't too sure. All right, what's our cursed? It's not Frank. It ain't Frank. Yeah, to get the Dio response, that growl, you need to be within like a meter. You need to be within like a meter of Ghosty Pants. Don't like the night vision? I do. I like it. All the bone. I didn't get a picture of it, did I? No. No. It's over here. Yeah, it's a meter. So wait. Oh, it's you. We need to escape, right? Yeah, okay. Well, shit. Let's make life easy on ourselves. Wait a minute. Here. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a lot happening. Oh, okay, so he's got the salt, so we're good there. I'm walking him. He's getting his steps in. Hey, do you want to play with the cat toy? Oh, you did. Okay. See, we're fine. Look, I'm feeding him. I'm giving him water. Look, it's fine. Do you give your Dio food and water? No. Do you give him a nice little scratching post? I do. Come here, little buddy. I got you. Look, come here, little buddy. I got you. Look, see, we're fine. Yeah, that's right. I bet you guys feel real terrible about how you treat your Dios. Mm-hmm. Now who's the shameful one? That's right. Now who looks like the jerk? All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. I fed you. I gave you water. Would you stop it? Leave me alone. He only likes filtered water. All right, we're out of here. Yee. All right, objectives. It's a DO. Get me out. He's a spoiled little boy. 7 salt. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. What does the red light mean? It just means it's angry. It just means it's angry. It's so angry. Misinformation. Thank you, homie. Appreciate you. It's a phantom. I'm not too sure about that. All right, let's get out. Definitely a deal. Yeah. Yeah. Maddie! Made it home. Good. Thank you for letting me know, Maddie.
Welcome back.
I got to see him today.
Job's ready for you.
We ate pizza together. Oh, man. Did you get the Dio breath? We did. We did multiple times. Multiple times we did. Jaden, Axel, thank you, friends. We can pet the mods? Of course we can. The mods should always get pets. Always. That phantom's crazy. It was a crazy phantom. Okay. We got the asthma breathing. Yeah. Oh, well, I guess there's no better time than now. We're going to die instantly. I'm not prepared for this, but you know what? Full send, I guess? I don't know. Have I beaten the week's challenge? I have. I certainly have. All right. We need, from what I've seen from others, incense tier 2 is the way to go. Incense tier 2. Salt. I don't know if you want to use tier 3 salt or not. That I don't know. What do people typically use whenever they're doing the Apocalypse 3 runs? What's Dave normally use? Does he use tier 3? Use tier 3? What's the difference? Tier 3 will slow it down. He used tier 3 for all but smudges. His current challenge is all tier 1. Yeah. I use tier 3. I always use tier 3 salt. Okay. Maybe that's the way. Simply better? It just depends on what you're running. When I'm doing my normal runs, I don't like using tier 3 salt. Yeah. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, friend. Thank you for the gigantic tater. You got this. Yeah, tier 2 smudge. That's what I set it to. The tier 2 incense. Yeah. We give it a whirl, man. Why not? Yeah, why not? On my normal runs, I like using the tier 2. All right. What I don't know offhand, I don't know if there's really any good natural hiding lower on Point Hope. I'm trying to think offhand if there is. Outside of like trying to dodge the ghost using the middle post like in the middle of the floor. I know that you've got the bathroom. You've got the bathroom upstairs, which is the nice natural hiding spot. That's a good one. But down lower, like, I have not tried to really do any natural hiding because I guess I feel like I haven't needed it. I'm so damn... Just ironically enough, it's a small map, but I've never needed it. I've never needed it. There's the staircase, right. But with a ghost this fast... A ghost this damn fast... bathroom downstairs. Yeah. Hopefully just maybe pray that it doesn't come in there. Get the ghost to play pool. All right. I say we just go for it. F it, man. The closet between the rooms. Yeah. Maybe we can use some items, maybe a chair or something like that to try and break line of sight sort of stuff. All right. We're going to try our first ever Apocalypse 3 run on Point Hope. I don't do many of these types of runs, and we're not really prepared for this, but we're still going to try. I don't have high expectations for us, but you know, I don't have high expectations for us. That's all I'm going to end it with. Here we go. Nice speech.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting.
Bravo 6 going dark.
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left.
Here's our speed. That's unnecessary. Slow down. I'm gonna hurt somebody. I know. I know. Hey, Maury, hello, friend. Oh man. All right. Off we go. I'm definitely gonna need some help with the speed of the ghost. I'm gonna need some help. I don't recall 150% speed ghost that well. I don't even know if we're really going to be able to hear the ghost that well, but you know, we're going to give it a shot. So what we're going to do first is we are going to take stuff in to the door, and then from there, we'll see what we can do. I can help. Hyper's here. Hyper's going to help us get through this. Listen, Hyper was one to suggest that I do this, so we're going to try. Ring the bell for good luck. Do I prefer? Oh, either or, Lena. It's whichever you're comfortable with, friend. It's whatever you are comfortable with. That's why I do. That's why I try to go everywhere. All right. Let's go get more stuff. Night vision. Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah. We'll do all the stuff. We've got to set up shop a little bit. Prage, yeah. A little bit of Prage, but at the same time, though, if it is a stalking ghost, I mean, at least we'll have an idea of what it is. Cruci is... Wait. Cruci is crucial. Roger that. Let's get our Crucies in there, then. Gonna burn the house? It's fine. They're fire safe. It's gonna go bad. How dare you? This is gonna go great. I come back. All those are already burnt out. Oh, it's a demon. Well, if it is, we're gonna struggle to figure out what it actually is. Why in such a hurry? Okay, real funny. Tee-hee. With a side of ha-ha. Shut up. Hey, Cam, how are you? Do you have any tips for what to do first time doing setup and intermediate? Oh, running into the wall. Tips for first time and intermediate for setup time. Well, I guess my question would be, how do you feel like you do on amateur? Maybe ask Turtle for a ride. Yeah, speed up the process a little bit. Might not be a bad idea. All right, what else do we need? Flashlights don't work, all that jazz. Paramic. Shut up. All the fast jokes are hilarious. Please do continue. You guys are like a hoot. All right, we need to get all the smudges in there anyway. Driving to school, hello. Salt, yeah. I gotta get all this stuff. We've got to get all this stuff. I win in the amateur less than half the time, but I really want 2 times the rewards. But if you're winning less than half the time, I mean, do you feel like you can upgrade? Because I would say probably faster than Sonic. Because winning less than half the time, I mean, why would you say you're winning less than half the time, though? That's the question. Is it the setup time that's making you not win? No need to rush. Guys are just a bunch of rude pants. Axel, I didn't see them, friend. I'm sorry. Jeez. Thank you. All right. These have not been blown out. Should you start streaming? If you want to, absolutely. Of course. Not so flat. Yeah. So, how's it going? Hey, Brandon, what's up? Just finished 3 loads of clothes and you're still taking I don't like you guys very much. Very much at all. Hey, Blaine. Has there been one fly? No, not that I could tell. No, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. One day we'll see the inside of Lighthouse. I would give me 20 minutes. 20 minutes, we'll get there. All right, maybe I bring like 1 electronic. Maybe 1. Okay, I think maybe this guy. And then maybe this guy. That seems important, yeah. I think that's it. Turtle Force. How dare you? I mean... Facts? Can I bow a meme? I don't know how to bow a meme. I don't know what that means. What's up, Callum? How you doing? All right, so all the lanterns are still lit, which is, you know, I guess a positive thing, one could say. So then the question becomes, how the hell are we going to keep ourselves safe? Cam for the orb check. I feel like we don't need to do that yet. Am I scared? What difficulty? This is the Apocalypse 3. Yeah, we're just going for it. What do we do if the ghost is at the top? Cry a little on the inside? I suppose. I'm just gonna head to the bathroom, I think. All right, here we go. I think there's no other way about this. Like, there's no other way to prepare for this, so I think we just go. I think we just... Precisely. Hunting, see? Stop it. bunch of ambient sounds, I guess. What up, twin? Shut your lips. Shower and actual hiding spot. Yeah, I see how it's locked. Yeah. Okay. So I think what I want to do, spread these out a little bit. I feel like I hear it. Paris sound is very quiet. Well, it should be pretty quiet though, right, Sparkle? Okay, hold on. What I want to do is I want to take one of you guys just in case. All right, I want to go to the truck one time. I want to go get the motion sensors. What's the biggest multiplier that you can get? Times 15 is the biggest multiplier that you can do. Yeah, I think it's normal. Yeah, when you're using the paramic, it's supposed to be super quiet. Unless when you start hearing sounds, that's when it gets a lot louder. Yeah. All right, we want to use these guys to track it a little bit, I think. Yeah, we're doing Apocalypse 3 on Point Hope. I think Ghosty is a bit higher up, which is unfortunado. So we're going to start making our way downtown. Yoinks. I'm dead. What could it have been? Oh, I kind of want to do another run. What would it have been? I think this was a random ghost. I think this was completely random. Yeah.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for
Yep.
you.
My guess was going to be some random ass ghost. Yep. Yep. Missed it. Yep. The second I came back, it randomly pathed downstairs instead of going up. That was extremely rude. Agreed upon. I thought that I heard it, though. I thought that I heard it. Miling? Yeah. I did get 12 bucks. It was a pretty sweet 12 bucks. Again? All right. I have ads. Let's run them now, and then we'll do it one more time. What are the settings for Apocalypse 3? I mean, it's the worst you can make it. Yeah. Myling creeping up on you. I heard it coming. I heard it. I think I panicked at the end there. Yeah. W, how dare you? No, Lena. No. It's not even 10 o'clock for me yet. No, we're not going anywhere. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run ads now so that we can do the Apocalypse run, because it's going to take me roughly 3 hours to get stuff to the door. So 3 minutes. I run 3 minutes every hour, so that way we don't have pre-rolls, and that way we can run them not in the middle of the game. So if you don't have turbo, you don't have a sub, you don't get ads. So yeah. Or you don't get ads in the middle of the game. So I'm going to go and run them now. We'll be right back in 3 minutes. We pause gameplay during the 3 minutes. We'll be right back. You're going to miss nothing. Oh, I could run the ads while running stuff to the door. Oh, that's not actually a bad idea. Maybe I do that instead. Maybe I just say F it and just start running the shit to the door. Sorry to me and Tom. I appreciate you. Yeah, let's do that instead. You know what? I told people we weren't gonna, but what are they gonna miss? Me taking shit to the front door? Yeah, let's do it. Hi, Faith. Hello. Yeah, let's do that instead. Let's do that instead. What up, 8? Person see me die. Yeah. We were not prepared. We were not at the ready, friend. Not at all. They're gonna miss the best part. I know. But it's already been almost a minute, and this is how far we are. Ghost waiting behind the front door. Listen. Listen. All right. One step at a time. One step at a time. The level need is different from every prestige. Oh, they're asking if you need... Oh, no. If you need a prestige? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right. Get our smudgies in there. Grab this guy. Yeah, I can do this if you want to see, but it's just really nothingness. Gonna have to ask you to slow down. Look, the jokes are already old. No sprint. It's a times 15, so there is no sprint. I'm at 50% walking speed, and I have no sprint. I got no sprint. I ain't got none. So the big mistake that I made when I went back there that last time, yeah, was not having a smudge in my hand. Yeah. Feel bad? Listen. This is me doing this to myself. I mean, like, I don't have to do this. I could just not do an apocalypse run, so there's no need to feel bad. What benefit other than the badge is the prestige? If you read the prestige command, it gives you some information. Eventually there will be more. Blame you. I should, because you put the idea out there, to be fair. I like a do da cha-cha. All right. Back for more stuff. We decided to just start taking stuff to the door because you guys would be literally missing nothing. Missed some riveting gameplay. A little bit. A little bit. Missed some very intense gameplay. Thought the headphones were bugging. Good. What up, Alec? All right. All the fire lights are still lit, so that means Ghosty is not here that we know of. That we know of. But we aren't at the camp. Well, we aren't at the campground. This isn't intense. I hate it here. Like a lot. Does the apocalypse have to be played on Point Hope? No, it can be played anywhere. If you're trying to get the apocalypse trophies, though, you have to do it at Sunny Meadows. Has to be at Sunny Meadows. No questions asked. All right. We'll bring a photo camera. Well, do I really? I mean, I guess if it events, we could try. You're gonna find the ghost type or do a full quest run. full quest? What the hell's a full quest run? What? Like a full investigation? Ring the bell for good luck. What's up, Michael? It's ignoring you, Phoenix? I'm not ignoring. What do you mean? I was just talking to Phoenix. Hey, Ruby. Oh, hey, how are you? All right, so we got this stuff here. We got that stuff there. We got double smudge. Got that there. We got the paramic there. All right. I think we're about good enough to maybe go in here and try to live through a hunt, maybe two. Got this? I don't think so, but that's okay. Motion, we're just gonna go for it. F it, chef it. I see that Salt get walked in though. That's going to be a little scary. Do I have a Wraith? Did I just get teleported to? All right, we're gonna go get an EMF. We'll be right back. Wait, how many hands do I have? Hold on, hold on. I have double smudge on me. We need to put these down for a sec. It was the wind. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. It was just the wind. I hated it so much. Faith, I swear to God. Oh no, it was Fate. So Ghosty blew out the lantern, and that Salt did not get walked in. Which means there's a very, very, very good possibility we already know what the ghost is. Maybe it's a bathroom ghost. It absolutely could be. We could be completely wrong. Or it could be a Mimake. Right? It could be wandering from over there. But if it wandered from over there, guess what? It would have walked in the Salt. So the chances of that are very unlikely. Very unlikely. But if it's over there, though, I could understand. Right? So we need to... This is going to be scary territory. Stacy, thank you for the 6 months at tier 1. Holy moly. Thank you for the sub. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow, Spooky Bryson. All right. This guy. We have the smudge. Crucifix there. If it hunts in this area, we should be fine. But I can totally lay down more salt. I have triple smudge on me right now. I don't know what it just threw. So a wraith? I'd say so. I hate it here. I had to go for it. It's an Apocalypse 3. I had to go for a ghost photo. We didn't need it. It's not even necessary, but I had to go for it. I'm sorry, but this is the most Phasmo thing that ever could Phasmo. 1-star interaction pick. You can't see the ghost because it was right. I mean, it was right there, though. Damn. I had to go for it, man. Well, shit. Okay, so there's absolutely zero reason for me to continue on. Okay. I mean, what I could do is this. Hold on. The features. Now, if I wanted to do a perfect game, I mean, I would have to go find the bone. The chances of me living through that, very minimal. Baltic, thank you for the prime. Depends where the bone is. Yeah, why? It would be all the way up top. It would be all the way up top. Imagine if I could delete photos. I think Ghosty was done being over here, though. I think it said, you know what? I'm done. I'm going back to where my home is. It said I'm done. Okay. All right, well, it was fun hanging out with you. I appreciate you. On a digital camera? Impossible. Yeah, but the digital camera, it printed out these photos and posted them into this journal. All right. Whew. That's a Wraithy McWraith. Just paste a photo over the other one. Just just glue it. Yeah, that's the way to do it right there.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I will take it. And we got a daily, which got us 5,300. Nice. Where was the bone? The dining room. Okay. So it was a couple floors up. Doable? Possibly. Would I still have gotten taken out? Probably. But hey, man. Apocalypse 3. First time we've ever completed it on Point Hope. Sold. Sold. CC. Hello, friend. Thank you, Faith. Sold. We're not playing with Viewers Master. Yeah, of course, Rain. Absolutely, man. First time. That was the first time I've ever tried. Well, it's literally second time we've ever tried to do an Apocalypse run on Point Hope. Yeah, I've never tried until today. Yeah. Technically, second time we've ever tried. Can I do a large map? What for? What are the settings for the custom? Max levels 9,999. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome to use these settings if you'd like. I would not recommend them. I would very highly recommend not doing that. Random everything? Yeah, we could. Do I still have that website handy by chance? It does. Put in the Discord. Yeah, I got it over here too. Thank you, Mayor. Only if you're Nuka Dave, Apocalypse 3 all the time? Yeah. Mr. Dave. No, we are going to do... Oh, there's no need for a clip, Shady. It's Apocalypse 3 settings. It's this. It's this. Yeah. What up, Drew? What up, Drew? WC, thank you for the sub. What's the website you're looking for? I was looking for the one that gives you the random evidence to use, like the random equipment. Because I think what I'm going to do now is randoms. Which randoms are where I randomize the map, I randomize my game settings, and I randomize all the equipment. Yeah. Okay. So, with this website, which is neato, this website is pretty cool. I've randomly found it. It allows you to randomize what equipment you want to use. We don't have the ability within Phas quite yet to randomize what tier equipment we're using. So with this, I can. So when you get to a certain level, you unlock certain tiers. So when you get to level 90, you've unlocked everything. So I'm going to randomize everything. We are going to randomize all of our equipment, and then we are going to randomize the game settings, and then we are going to randomize the map. And I randomly found this website. That is correct. Yes. All right. So let us see what evidence equipment we're going to get. Tier 3 dots, Tier 2 EMF, Tier 3 book, Tier 1 spirit box. Oh, Tier 3 thermometer. Thank God. Unfortunately, okay, this needs to be fixed on the site, but I will abide by what it's telling me to use. This is the Tier 1 UV. Gross. Tier 1 video camera. Okay. And then for the optional equipment, there's a lot here. Yeah, Tier 1. Tier 3 crucifix. Tier 2 firelight, the candelabra. Tier 2 flashlight. Tier 1 headgear, which is useless when you're playing solo. The matches. Tier 2 incense. Tier 2 motion. Tier 3 parabolic. Nice. Tier 1 photo. This is quite the mixture. Tier 1 salt. Tier 2 sanity. Tier 2 sound sensor, and Tier 3 tripod. Cool. This is quite the eclectic group of gear. All right. Well, let me set that up real quick. That's about as random as it can get. Yeah. Hi, IBM. Can't get more random than that. tier 3 tripod with a tier 1 camera. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Super, super, super unfortunate. Super unfortunate. All right, let me make this website bigger so I can see what the hell's going on. All right. Spirit box is tier 1. Ghost writing is that. Flashlight is that. Thermo. UV is tier 1. Video camera tier 1. All right. Crucifix. Tier 3. Firelight tier 2. Headgear tier 1. Igniter tier 1. Incense tier 2. So I don't have to upgrade that. Motion sensor was tier 2, I think. Yeah. Parabolic tier 3. Photo camera was tier 1. Salt tier 1. Yes. Sanity was tier 2. Sound sensor tier 2. Tripod tier 3. Okay. There we go. What kind of pizza did you get this week? We had Pizza Hut this week. Yeah. It was delish. Started playing and playing not having every item is hard. Yeah, it's tough, man. It is definitely tough. Hi, T. Andrew, thank you for the follow. What's up, Josie? Speaking of cameras, I'm stepping up my IRL photography setup. Ooh. Stuffed crust? No, not this week. No, we usually don't get stuffed crust when we do Pizza Hut. Yeah. You mentioned not being able to delete camera pictures. They show up in the browse files in Steam. If you delete it from there, do you think they could remove bad photos and give another opportunity to try again? I don't think so. Or I would assume that they wouldn't delete. I would assume that they wouldn't delete in game while you're in game. Yeah. Colin, hello friend. Good to see you. I would assume that they wouldn't, because they do save to your computer, to your files, but if you delete them from there, I don't think that it's reflecting back to what's in game. What's up, Draco? Do some testing. I hope that they get that figured out soon, man. I really, really do. I really, really do. Okay. Now let's do random game settings. So we'll use this preset. This is fine. Shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Go back. This one. All right. So, all I need to know is that I have at least one piece of evidence. That's all I need to know. At least one piece of evidence. As long as I have one piece, we're Gucci. Okay? That's it. As long as I have one piece of evidence and I'm trying to get a multiplier that's at least something like that. Did I have one piece of evidence there? At least one? Yes? Yes? Okay. Two pieces. Well, I definitely don't want to know how many, so we'll do it again. Yeah. Okay. So the point of random is for me not to know. Yeah. So here we go. We'll try it again. Don't tell me how many. Don't tell me how many. I just need a yes or a no no, you're good. A yes or a no if there is no, it's okay. I didn't explain it well enough. I just need a yes or a no if there is or is not evidence. I just need at least one. That's all. I need at least one. We'll do this until I see a multiplier above at least 3. Okay. Evidence? Maybe. Don't tell me. Okay, listen. Deadly, thank you for the 2 months. That was so fast. Don't blink. You're not allowed to blink. Oh my God. Guys, okay. Here, let's do this again. Okay, here we go. Ready? There's no evidence. Okay, it was 0 evidence. Thank you. Here we go. Ready, watch. Brayden, thank you, friend. What's up, Yetting? It's on the wrong screen? No, it's not. There's just no evidence. See, evidence given, 0. How about this? How about this? When I see the right multiplier, I'll wait a second. When I see the right multiplier, I'll give it a second. How about that? Here. No. Okay, thank you. Oh, shit. No. Shit. Yes? Yes? Okay. Apply. All right. We're ready to rock. We did it, team. The 8 was also a yes. It's too late. We got past that point. It's too late. We're too far now. That was stressful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. There's 17 pieces of evidence. Roger that. Bop. Do you randomize player settings? I randomized so all of the game settings. So when you randomize the settings for the game, it randomizes the player settings. It randomizes the player, the ghost, and the game settings itself. So we are going to do a completely random game. It is randomized items. It is randomized game settings, and it is randomized map. So we know what the randomized items are, obviously. We can't hide that from ourselves. That'd be pretty cool if we had a little setting or something like that where we didn't know until we got into the map what the items would be. That'd be kind of cool. But we did use a site. We did use a site to randomize what our items would be. So we do have quite the interesting mix. We like a tier 1 video camera on top of a tier 3 tripod. So interesting. But we're gonna do our best. See how we can do. The only condition for the randomized game settings was that we needed at least one piece of evidence, and we know that much, and that's all we know. That is it. So let us hope. Let us pray. Here we go. Too restricted we go. Just Lissy, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate you, friend.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Are you scared? Are you scared? What up, Kyle? Hi, friendo.
Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate.
Oh my. What up, Beast? How are you, homie?
Don't know what it's capable of.
All right, pause the things. Pause the things. How is our speed? How's our game speed? All right, we have sprint. Is that normal? Or is that a little bit slower? I feel like I'm like 75% speed. Like I feel like I'm like a little bit slower. Just a little bit, not too much. Jim Baker. All right, escape, EMF, and parabolic. So we have sanity board. Yikes, we're already down to 25. But we do not have activity board. Can we see where the juice is? I don't know if we can or not. Let's check the cams and see which part of restricted we have. Oh no, the breaker's broken. Oh, yikes. I can see it from here. The breaker's right there and it's broken. Oh, unfortunato. Okay. Well, that sucks. All right. That looks like the hospital wing. All right, so we're downstairs. It should reflect on the camera too. So if we go down there, yeah, you see the camera right here? So that's how you know which part you have. You can see it on there. All right, well, let's see what we have. No, that's cute. That's adorable. So that means I'm going to have every effing cursed object known to man. That's what this means, right? That's what this means, right? What do these do? All right, it's going up. Let's give it a second. Will you bring back the wheel anytime soon? What wheel? We have a wheel. We have a wheel for this. Okay. So we went from 25 to 55. Does that sound about right? So we got a boost of 30. So a nice 30% bump. Question is, do I want to risk maybe, do I maybe want to let the ghosty hunt? Oh, we have no flashlights. I have no light. I have no source of light. Oh, it's going to be so dark. Oh, it's going to be so dark. Oh, yikes, on motorbikes. Maybe I don't want it to hunt yet. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, it's so unfortunate. You know what? Let's take another. Let's take another. Let's go in there with one of those guys. One of these guys. And maybe one of these. The tier 2. Yeah, the candelabra. It's the best. I think it's the best I got. I think it's the best I got. The parabolic. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, maybe. Let's just give it a whirl. Luckily, I have the tier 1 head cams. And these sparks. Gamer Wolf, thank you for the subs, dude. Tier 1 headcam's so helpful, super helpful. So we can hide here if we have to. Okay. Let's go see what our cursed objects are. Mirror. Monkey paw. Frank. Is that it? Mirror, monkey paw, and Frank. So I have 3 cursed possessions. I got you. I got you. And I got you. Quite the little group here. Quite the little group here. All right. Well, it's downstairs for sure. 100% downstairs. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're fine. Ah, shut. I wish. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, we're gonna bring this outside for a second. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. There's a couple ways we could do this. I could wish to trap the ghost. I could wish to trap it. which then would lock the door, which then we would know where it is. I could wish to be safe, which then I could lure the ghost to the front door. We could try to figure it out that way, which would basically, we would treat it like a no evidence run. Wish to see it. That would only work when you're near it. Wishing to see it from up here would be worthless. That would do us no good at all. No, we have a few options. Now up here, if I wish to, no, I think I know what we're going to do. I wish to trap the ghost. Okay. So, what that did is that locked ghosty in its room and locked me in this room. But I'll know when it's hunting because it'll do it after 60 seconds. Wishing for knowledge is a bad idea. It eliminates one piece of evidence, but then you're blind and deaf for the rest of the game. Yeah. Kyle, thank you, friend. Week was long. I feel that, man. I feel that. I owe you guys a wheel spin after this game, by the way. After this game, I got you. I got you. Hey, boo, boo. No flashlight challenge. It's a random hunting. Now, here's an issue. If this ghost is a Dio or something, I'm so effed because I can't see shit. It's done. Okay. Did it say absolutely not any form? No. My flashlight's broken? Yeah. Bye, Izu. Have a good one, friend. Thank you again for today, by the way. Bringing this mod with us. We're taking it with us. The only light that I have is from the candle. That's it. Or I could do the video camera. I mean, the video camera is also a good option. All right. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take this and this. I might even do this to hopefully stop some of our sanity drain. Yeah. Sufi, thank you for the 2 months. Hopefully learning so much in Phasmo. Oh, I appreciate it. Of course and always. Of course and always, friend. All right. Hopefully our sanity drain is not set for like 1,000,000. UV light also. I could, but if I do, then I don't have a smooge. Maybe we risk it for the biscuit and don't take one. Yeah. Yeah, let's risk it for the biscuit. F it. F it, Jeff it. Never play COD. I used to. But back when I used to play Xbox. But I haven't since I played PC. Always take the emotional support smooge. Fair enough. UV won't work if... oh, wait. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's right. This is useless. I might as well take a smooge. Good point. There's no point trucking all the way down there with the useless UV. Red Lobster biscuit? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Just get bored. Oh, playing COD? Well, no, I just was switching genres of games. It wasn't a matter of getting bored, just switching up the, like, what type of game I was playing. Hey, Dominic, how are you? Give you a chance of getting a friendly ghost. That's why I make sure that I have at least one piece of... That's why I make sure my multiplier is above 0. Because you're not going to get a multiplier above 0 if you have a friendly ghost. Friendly ghost, you will have a multiplier of 0 no matter what. I can't see shit. So now what we can do is look for Nanor. Hopefully we don't die. Hopefully Ghost doesn't just decide to hunt. Unfortunately, it's dark as shit. Did you know someone made a Phasmophobia mod for Minecraft? Did you know that I have a YouTube video from like a year or two ago of me playing Phasmophobia in Minecraft? Just saying. So the ghost room is here. We saw a lock on the door, so that's how I know. All right. How am I going to know this room is yours? Well, we can count. You bitch. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's the, what, 5th room down? I mean, we'll see the video camera on the ground. 5th room? Okay. Counted for. Yeah. Okay. 5th. Roger that. Roger that. What up, Crow? Doing great. How are you? I'm good. Doing swell, friend, other than the fact that we can't see a dang thing. Didn't know you could go live on both at the same time? Absolutely. Think it got placed backwards? The camera? How can you place it backwards? Oh, it threw it, though. Listen, jerkhole. It's my sanity. We're okay. I think we're doing all right. All right. We need to start getting more stuff in there, though. I think we might have to get rid of the smooge. It did give it a yeet. It did give it a yeet. Okay. Maybe we need... You know what? Maybe we do this. Maybe that would be important, because then that'll buy us some time. It said F-yo-K-M. F-yo-K-M. You have the tier. I do have a tier 3 tripod. Oh, you're right. Because the chances of the ghosty knocking over that looks so stupid. You're right, though. Look at this. Look at this monstrosity. What have we done? What have we done? It's just silly. It is silly. I can't get a good angle of Looks like a crime. Yes, crime. Can they knock over the tier 3? It's borderline impossible. They say borderline impossible because there's like the tiniest chance that they can knock it over. Look, I think it hit it again. All right. We'll reset it up though. Okay. Well, we have no more sanitize, so we're going to take you, and you. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Now, I was walking around with the candle, though, which helps your sanity a little bit. Yeah. Oh, God. All right. Well, guys, wish us luck. Wish us luck. Luck. Take luck and care. I think I'm going the right way. Thank you, Merc. It's an event? That's an event, right? Okay. We should have this out. Fuck. Bro, I can't see shit. I didn't count the doors. I can go back if I have to. Oh, there's the breath. Okay. There's the cam. I saw it. It's shiny. Where'd it go? Go. Oh, we can see something. Oh, shit. Was the wheel us in the right direction? Gotta get out of here. You know, I can't tell if Ghosty is a fast Ghosty or if the ghost speed is actually sped up. But the ghost event itself, the way it was walking, looked fast. What happened to the tripod cam? Oh, I didn't bring a tripod in because if I would have brought a tripod in, I wouldn't have been able to pocket the camera. You know what I mean? Shit. I went too far. So if I would have brought a tripod camera, I mean, if I would have brought a tripod in, I wouldn't have been able to stick the camera in my pocket. Yeah. Liz. Thank you, homie. All right, let us go back. Thank God for dots. Yes, seriously, dude. What a priority. Oh, still going strong. Still going strong. We're trying, man. We're trying. Doing our damnedest. All right. Camera, please still be there. Knocked it over again. Oh, that bitch. I can't see the book. What's our sanity now? It's 68. Oh. Okay. wonder if we're only going to get like one evidence or something. Nice. Nice. If the ghost could knock it over but knock it back, that'd be kind of cool. The other camera tilt. The other camera's right here. It's this camera. Look. A ghost. Hi, Hattie. How are you, homie? See if it has nothing, man. Okay. We need you, and you. I think that will... Oh, no. That's so unfortunate. Oh, no. I need you. We're going to have to try it. I do have a crucifix down in there. Unfortunately, we have no light source to take with us. This is our light source. The EMF reader. We are just never going to have light. Unless I forego taking one of these down there, you know? That's really, I think, the way to go. The clipboard. The clipboard, it's not really a light source that provides external light. It will give you, like, forever light. As in, like, light that you, like, a way to see where to go. Because you can see that like that. Yeah. Hi, Rhodey. No candles. I have candles. But again, I'm going to have to leave a piece of evidence here, I think, to do the run. That son of a bitch. If it could... Okay, that's not what I meant. I meant the camera, not the toilet paper roll. That'd be great, thanks. At least it's upright. Give us like a... the other way be cool. The ghost is bored. It's saying what we said. Do a flip. All right. Put it on a lazy Susan. That'd be great. All right. Well, let's leave. We have no way of seeing the activity board. Oh, what a pain in the ass. I have a feeling that we're going to get freezing. I don't know. I just have this feeling we're going to get freezing. I have a feeling. Do you know if you can? Yeah, I can at least get one piece of evidence. At least one. At the very least. Yeah. Philon, what's up? Let's rock. This would be a good moment to tell you have no evidence. How dare you? Oh shit, where am I going? Hello? Whoa, 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 whoa. What just happened? Did I look at chat for a second? What the fuck? Full or restricted? It's restricted. Oh shit. It's not a good idea. If chat was mean and was like, yeah, you have evidence. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? I don't think so. Magic. East magic. You have a smudge? Nope. We have no freezing. We have no spirit box. We have no dots. We have no orbs. Maybe it is EMF, and that's the only thing I didn't bring downstairs. It just flipped a switch. What switch did it just flip? What the fuck? It could be UV. I'm not seeing goo. Wait a minute. We're not going to get writing. I'm not getting freezing. It's close. It's close, man. In pickle, we are. We are. I kind of... What I kind of want to do... Gotta be EMF. That'd be my guess. What I kind of want to do... I kind of want to wait for it to hunt. I've got to be close. If it hunts, we can try to stay here. Which, we're safe there. EMF and a smudge. I'm going to get the parabolic. What up, spaghetti? So we'll see. Multi-check? Maybe, but hard to say right now. That'd be a long toss. My sanity has to be tanked. Maybe? Imagine. Imagine if this is a stupid shade. We've had one of... Although... It blew out the firelight while I was in the room. Yeah, Fritzy, I was just thinking the same thing. Pray. Is that a 150 go speed? Or is that slower? Whoops. Open. 150 normal. That's what it sounds like to me. Careful, SpongeBob. I think it's a 150 normal. But that's a guess. What if it's a girl you're not getting dots? We weren't getting it while we were looking from the cam either, though. Unless it was being extremely stingy. Which possible? Of course. Do you have all of Sunny memorized? What do you mean? Like the map memorized? Like where? Like I know the layout. Hey, what up, Sam? Not Justin, welcome in. All right. So if Ghosty is there, we're going to bring this, this, and this. Here's the issue. At this point, man, at this point, it is tough. At this point, it's tough because if we don't know the ghost speed, if we have evidence, but we're not getting evidence, it could be hiding writing. We're not giving us freezing because it's 1.0, right? Yeah. Sam, think of the 11 months. My guess is EMF right now. That's my guess, is that we have one evidence and it's that. Yeah. It doesn't feel like it's teleporting. We're not going to be able to test for a djinn. We have no power. So if it's a djinn, we're completely screwed. Yeah, it did. It threw the book at us. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, I want to say shade because it hunted outside of its room. It did not hunt in the room. It hunted outside. What's up, Candy? Bet it's a stinky spirit. I think it's a shade. If I'm guessing what it is right now, I'm guessing a shade. Spirit box? No. No spirit box. Can't watch the Sione? Not really. We could try. Oh, that's true though. The firelight and all that shit. Yeah, that's why we were saying no shade. It's a fair point. Fair point. Smudge test? Yeah, I could try. Bong. Blossom, welcome in. Yeah, but well, if we have one evidence, or no, sorry, we don't know how many evidences we have, but I have a feeling we have less evidence. It's just so hard to see anything. Is that the same speed or is that faster? Sounds hungry. That sounds faster than what it... That sounds faster than what it did before. You think faster? I think it sounded faster. What if we have twins? twins, Basil. I'm gonna die over here. Hunting. I'm not getting close enough. Damn. Think it's just a normal 150 again? Shit. Well, let's play the 150. A ghost at 150 will sound like this. What up, Cal? It's like 150. We're flipping the light switch to see when it's hunting. So maybe it is a normie. So, trying to see if maybe the ghost will get close enough to us to come over to us. If I can smudge it and maybe live. Jesus Christ. I might not live through this. Ghosty! Get closer, you shit. Hey! Damn. You'll be alright? It didn't hunt long enough. On for Chinado. You thinking of Jen? Maybe. I don't know. It's really, really hard to say. Where the hell is it now? It's all the way down there. Hold on. There we go. I was like, I'm losing my footing. I was like, oh, there we go. Okay. How is this still there? Tex, thank you for the dono. How is that still lit? All right. So the ghost is obviously not a stalking ghost. The hard part is that it could absolutely be an ultraviolet ghost too. That makes it tough. That makes it tough. Be sad if it's UV. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Do I have one match in there? Hey, what up, shop? What if it hunts right on top of us? I might poop. I might poop. Feeling good? Heck yeah. Why is it not hunting? Do you have a spare change of bands? Not down here, I don't. What is happening? What if it's eating the crucifix? That might be what it's doing. If I smudged, I would run to the room. What are the chances? I mean, if it's within range, 100%. If the ghost doesn't have EMF 5, did it still can get wrong EMF 5 while hunt? What? Mrs. Scott, hello. What? What? What up, Jake? Hi, Ms. Pro. Sitting in a room with a shade, does it have a higher chance to hunt from a different room? No, it'll only hunt from a different room if it decides to hunt. BRB, no worries, friend. What the fuck is this ghost doing? Head to bed. Good night, Wolfie. Being a butt. I don't... What is happening? Cleater, I'm not sure. I'd say the chances are high. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck is going on? Maybe the roles are reversed. Maybe I'm the ghost. Oh, there's sound upstairs. What is that? Hi, Song. Song, we're confused. Oh, shit, now I can't see. Help, I can't see. Help. I lost my bearing. There's that. I was like, I lost my bearings. Hold on. It's like, there's that. Where's the bookcase? All right. We're just walking around waiting for Ghosty to... Like normal. Yeah, we're just pacing. Waiting for Ghosty to do shit. Shade or a shitty spirit. We're thinking maybe a shitty spirit. That was kind of the thought. Shady spirit. Yeah, because the ghosts blow out the firelight. The ghosts blow out the firelight with me in the room, which is making us think that it's not a shade. Trying to find the fridge. Roger that. Bong. Can the monkey paw fix the electricity? No, that'd be super cool though. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be neat? So I've got... Don't I have the candle over here? Where is it? Thought if it blew out the light with you in the room, then it meant that it was for sure not a shade. That's, I mean, the question that we never really got an answer to was if a ghost could blow out a light through the wall. I don't think it can. What up, Keeper? Hey, how are you? Could ask Mike. I mean, I could ask the Phasmo devs. I wonder if he could see me, you know? See me, you turd. I just smudged. Wow. I smudged. What the hell happened? Is my smudge burned? I wish I could see it. I can't see shit. I think you ran out of matches. I still had one. Oh, no, maybe I didn't. We were right, though. It was a spirit. You know what? I think you're right. You know why I think we ran out of matches? Because I lit that candle. Because I lit the candle. Mother. You know, we were thinking it was a shady spirit. And we were right. We were right. What were the settings? Fucking candle. Couldn't see a damn thing. That was miserable. Bean. Bad luck. Hey, listen, that entire round was bad luck. Couldn't see shit. That was miserable. Because it's miserable for you because you can't see anything. That worked well. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, 150% speed. That's what we thought. Yep. Event low. Grace period was high. One evidence. Yep. We were probably right. We were probably right. What's up, Halo? We were probably right. 3 cursed possessions. Yada, yada, yada. At least we knew what it was. I mean, there's that. All right. Well, let's spin this. Just a little Angie spirit, you know. Listen. All right. Can I put my stuff back to where it was? What do we have? We had. Was there anything else I didn't have all the way up? Was there anything else? Salt. Is that it? Yeah. All right. Let us spin the wheel. And see what we got. Ooh. Merch. Missed the beginning. Were you prestiging today? We were thinking about it. Merch, huh? Well, let me take a look-see doodle over here and see what we have, shall I? Let me take a look. All right. We'll just set that to there for now. Oh my God, light mode. Get out. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Seeing games with tier 1 stuff sounds fun. I mean, after I prestige, it's inevitable that that's going to happen. Yeah. No matter what, that's going to happen. Boop. Oh, the question is... do I give that away? I don't know. I kind of want to wait on that. Ever tried Apocalypse with tier 1? Not yet. Fritzy, thank you for the prime. Should totally give away a plushie. We have to actually get the plushies first, Astrock. So if we don't reach the 200 pledges, I can't give it away. Yeah. So that's literally impossible, friend. All right. Let us give away... 200 pledges? Yeah, we would have to reach 200 pledges by the 1st for the plushie to happen. We are a bit away. I am not entirely sure it is going to happen, but it is all good. We're still going to try. We are still going to try. All right. All right, give me a second. I have to enter my my information in to get my own stuff. Cause, you know, or to gift my own stuff. Yee. Yee. There. Go there. Do you know what the plushie will be? There's two possibilities that we were talking about. If we reach the amount of pledges we needed, then we would go to talk about the actual concept. Yeah. Gosh darn it. All right. If you want to enter to win merch, you do have to be on the purple side. We are going to continue with games, by the way. We're not going anywhere. I just have to log in to actually be able to give it away. All right. Hold. 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 Exclamation point enter in Twitch chat to win an "Oh Hey How Are Ya" mug. Exclamation point enter is all you have to do. That is it. That is all you have to do. You do it once and you're entered. That is it. You have 60 seconds. That's it. I love freaking Fourth Wall. Fourth Wall is amazing. That's who I do my merch through. If you are a content creator, I would highly recommend checking them out. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that, but the merch is amazing. Super freaking comfy shirts and sweaters and all that jazz. Speedy, thank you for the freaking 3-month prime. The Pilsner glass I drink from all the time. The mug I drink from all the time. The pillow I have on my shelf. Yeah, I love their merch. It's so good. And the website's extremely easy to use. And you can gift from chat. I mean, you can gift to chat from the website, which is awesome. Hi, Mel. Hi, friend. I have not checked my Night Rise. Night. GG's on the merch. Make sure you click on the link, Night, so you can redeem. Click on the link. All right, GG's. All right, there we go. Nice. Stupid. All right, and for the app on the other side, I'll do one of these guys. It's Tutti Frutti or Sticky Socks. Oh, that's Stinky Socks. Oh, that's delish. What are we doing next game-wise? I'm going to do a nice little comfy nightmare. Yay, we're loved. Yeah, thanks. That's okay. One of the bad wheel things is I have to eat a handful of those. So, delish. Zero hesitation. There's no point in hesitating. It's just, you might as well do it. What the hell's the point in waiting? What the hell's the point? Bro enjoyed it? No, bro did not enjoy it. Bro. Brohan. Broheem. Brotato. No, bro. No. You mean comfy insanity? No. No. Insanity, you don't get a cursed possession. Bruh. Come on, bruh. Pledge to plushie. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate it. Again, if we can make it happen, dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Knight, enjoy the mug, man. If we can make it happen, awesome. If not, all good, man. All good. I have some new merch outside of that is on the way. New merch is on the way. Well, when I say soon, I mean very soon. Very. New sub goal. So if this doubles, I spin the bad wheel. There's a bad wheel. Yeah. All right. Let's do a nice comfy nightmare. We'll do this one at Ridgeview because Ridgeview's a nice pretty map. Yeah? Let's rock.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Because nightmare's comfy. Exactly. I would agree with you.
Go and take a closer look.
Yeah.
Maybe using it will help your investigation.
You have off stream. Wait, what? Wait, what? The face shows everything. Wait, what? I'm many much confuzzlements. Many much confuzzlements. Russell Hill. When do we find out who won? Find out who won what? You're spinning something I can't see. Off stream wheels? What? I'm so confused. What the hell are we talking about? Didn't you say you had a wheel? I have another. I said that we have a bad wheel if we hit it again. Yeah. If we hit it again. Lone Ranger, thank you for getting a pint glass. No, you're fine. Yeah, you're good. I'm sorry. Yeah. We have a bad wheel. No. The bad wheel is here. Oh no, it's there. It exists. It's on screen. It's there. Oh, it's that one. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. It's right there. All right. You have a wheel on your bicycle? All right. Well, there's no need to brag. Okay. No Frank. I want to start seeing toe in more houses. You know what I mean? Fridge view. Yeah. I want to start seeing toe randomly placed in like bedrooms and stuff. Save toe. Save toe. Save toe. Can we see this? Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey. Could I wait, that's a phone from that's a phone from up a stairs. Yes? From over here? Was I able to hear that from almost in the basement? Missouri, Gronkum. Thank you, friends, for the primes. Appreciate you. That was very wait, was that my breath? Yeah, it sure was. That was weird. But I was able to hear it on the basement stairs. That was weird. Frackin' weird. Frackin' weird. All the primes. Apex, thank you for the 5 months. You know, it's really funny whenever my wife and I, whenever we travel anywhere and we're coming back and it's extremely late, it's hard to explain and I don't know why we do it. Anytime that we're traveling back and it's extremely late, like we're talking 11 o'clock at night, midnight, 1 a.m., something like that, and we're driving, we will almost always listen to Inside from Bo Burnham and just sing along to the entire damn album. Almost every time. And we will just go through the entire album. And we just did that like a day ago. Because we had to go to New York for some things and we didn't get back until like 1 a.m. So we were just blasting Bo Burnham, singing through the entire thing. It's a good way to stay awake. Dude, we love that album so much. We love it. It's so good. Dude, it is so good. Good girl ghost. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ew. It would farted. It would farted. This ghost is so active. I did a ting. You did a ting. Thank you for the subs, friend. All right, where's my breath? I think I did that through the wall. Ugh. My mouth was open, you sick mother... Hi, little bunny. How are you? Hate driving to New York, though. No, what we like to do is we like to take the train in when we can. That way we don't have to worry about parking. Yeah, Lone Ranger. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Tika! Oh, shit. Oh, no. Never been on a train. Taking the train in is great because they've in the past 2 years they've upped the train station. They've updated it, and it's really, really nice. Yeah. Well, shit. Okay. Oh, hi, Steph. How are you? Oh, I miss Pig. I'm gonna need more to drink. All right. Let's floor it through this so we can do the ting. Yeah. Spicy build. Oh, the sodas are in the fridge. Are we mad that we have a bad wheel now? Well, we might be a little bit sour about it. Sparkle, hush your lips. But I don't count. Wait. That's a lie. I've been on like an airport. Oh, the tram. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I count the tram as a train. Yeah. Cleaner, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Sorry, like, but no, that was bad. That like hurt. That was like pain. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. All right. I don't see any dots. I still see the book there. We got this. We got that. I don't know what the hell our sanity is. We're going to take this in there. All right. We'll spin it after this game. Oh, you can't silence us. Well, shit. You son of a... Hey, Crimson. It already kicked the juice. Dude, listen, we just got done with a dark map. We got this now. Nerd. You nerd. Where are you? Are you near? Miss Scoozy? Where are you? Are you near? You mother... Go, Jesus Christ! You think it's a poltergeist? I'm really suspicious of a poltergeist. Arnave, hello. It's stalking me. Yeah. Twins? Twins, Basil. Twins. I don't know. I'm suspicious. Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Court. What up, Creeper? How are you? Hold on. I'm suspicious of Poulter because that was a big boy. That was a big boy toss. That was a big boy fro. That was a big boy fro. Spirit Ultra Writing. Okay, Spirit. Is my wife home? Okay. I was like, is my wife home? I was. Well, what the F, Jeff? So did they hold, please? You're holding so hard right now. Thank you. We have a hold command. Stop. Yeah, you can stop holding now. Yeah, you can let go. You can let go. You can let go. Yeah. I didn't know we had a hold command. Oh, thank you, Song. Thank you. That was a wonderful idea. I appreciate it. I had no idea. Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Flash had to run out for something, so she got back just to let me know she was home. It was going numb. Oh, I apologize. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Instructions unclear. Now you have to go to the hospital. It's okay. Be safe. Be safe. I don't want to let go, Jack. All right. Oh, let's take a smooge in there just to be careful, SpongeBob. We don't want Ghosty Shorts to do anything bad. Cater Tot. Hi, homie. How are you? Oh, I'm scared of the wheel. I don't know what to do. Oh, I don't know what to do at this point. Like beyond this point. We haven't decided what to do beyond this point. You know what I mean? That's a fiver. Twins is on. Hey, Prawn. We get it, dude. freezing spirit bomb. Okay, you creep. And it's freezing. Okay. Node. No, I think it's twins. No, I don't think it's Patrick. I think it's twins. I don't think it's Patrick. I think it's twins. Test for a gin. Well, it turned off the power, so we don't have to do that. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, motion sensor. We'll do that guy. We could do this guy and that guy. Okay. It's obviously Patrick. Hi, Janelle. Hello. You vote for Patrick? Roger that. I'm fairly sure it's a twin. I think you might be onto something. Could we be wrong? Absolutely. Could we be right? I think it might be. Now we're just setting up the scene to make it look nice and pretty. Nice and purtyful. Because it's going to come downstairs to say hello, and we want to make sure that it feels welcome and at home. Get our photo cam. I didn't see the bone in my travels, did I? Did I? I don't think I saw the bone. Raju test? No need. No need. Get that guy. We got that guy. I think we're good. We're fine. Set the mood. Exactly. All right. Ghosty's gonna hunt again. I'm gonna do this. Is it in the basement right now? Oh. Yeah, slow twin. Yeah, 100%. There you go, homie. I can tell it's twins. It was slower. 'Twas slower. See? All it wanted us to do was set the mood. Yeah, one of the twins is faster, 110% speed. The other twin is 90%. You can tell when you play the game enough, you can tell the speed just enough change. Ghost needed field was loved. Yeah. Now we want it to hunt again, so it can come down and hit the motion sensor, and then we can also get the escape. I could also look for the bone, but I think we're gonna wait for the smudge. 150 to go speed. Would one twin be? I would assume no. No, I think the change would be different than that. The percentage change would be different than that. It wouldn't be 10. Hello? Well, imagine if it was two ghosts. That'd be pretty sweet. All right. So we have how many here? 2 sets? Six. That. Has not walked through that. Did you shut the book? It sure did. What a goofball. Crow, you can't call people out. Nice. Okay. Sometimes you can. I mean, okay, fair. Oh, it's a toothbrush. I was like, what the hell? Where the bone? Flashlight would probably be easier to do this than using night vision. Night vision, it doesn't stand out as much, to be honest. And there it is. Crucifix burn. All right, objective, that ghost, we're gone. Heat scavenging for the bone. I don't mind it too much. I don't mind it that much. It's not that bad. All right. Never noticed that why the heck is the shoe closet right after the bathroom in that room?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I mean, would you rather the shoe closet be before the bathroom? Imagine you have a guest and the guest has to walk through the shoe closet to get to the bathroom. Although them using that bathroom would be odd. One-hour bone find. Listen, there's no need to talk about that. Battle Corgi, thank you for the 12 months. Wait, 9 months. Oh, it's a Twitch baby. It's 9 months. Tweens. Tweens. All right. I lurk because I have a soul. I don't know what that means. All right. Okay. Well. Okay. It's like a Band-Aid. It's like a Band-Aid. Yeah, you just got to do it. Fuck. It had to be the first one, didn't it? It had to be the first one, didn't it? Now what flavor? Shit. All right. We're prepared for this. We're ready for this. Kind of. I'm going to assume you're not doing well. It all depends on what this lands on and how this stays. Cucumber doesn't sound that bad. It is probably the better. It is probably the best one that is on here. Horchata sounds delicious. I don't know. That's probably the only one on here that I haven't had. Yeah, mustard. You know, mustard is the only one in there that says 100% natural. What the hell does that even mean? All right. It didn't matter around this side of the board. None of these are good. None of them. None of them are good. It doesn't matter. Nope. It doesn't matter. Oh, hey, no, that's not good. Nope. It's a lie. It's a sham. Why can't I click on that? Okay, whatever. I'll remove it later. It's a sham. It's not good. It sounds good. Yeah. It's not. Shut the hell up. Hey, but guess what I do have? I'm not going to open it on my desk. Look at me go. I'm a grown up. Imagine it just tastes like bread. Oh, no. Bread would taste way better than that. Look, this emote's gigantic. You can read it because of how gigantic its gigantic size is. Thank you, Olive. Thank you, Tika. What is that? A bottle opener. Yeah, I usually open it with my desk. Yeah. So I got a bottle opener. They gave it to me when I bought the sodas. Growing up in front of our eyes. All right. Is it chilled? Yes, it is. Looks bad already. Like, why is it this color, man? Why is it this color? Like, none of these make sense. F you, Lester. But I do want to show you. We show this all the time. I do want to show you. Where is it? This is the only one. This is the only one. Why? Why does it say that? Why is this the only one that's natural? Mustard. Why? Makes no sense. Don't get it. Makes no sense. To F with you, mother. Bitches. Mustard and carb water. Okay. Well, do I have anything to drink this with? I'm not even sure that I actually do. That might be enough. Yeah, that's probably enough. Cheers. Well, I appreciate you guys very much. Get some water. Yeah, I'll get something. I'll get something else in a second. We'll be fine. Cheers. Okay. Milk would be good. It's never any good. Okay, back to the game. Was it as bad as you have imagined? It's not good. It's not good. It's carbonated. It tastes like moldy bread. It's just not good. It's like if you stuck peanut butter on a shoe. Ugh. It's
Brother,
You don't normally eat it with a shoe? I gotta change my lifestyle, I guess. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, so we have not fully discussed what would happen beyond that. We said good wheel, bad wheel, and then there's been no discussion what would happen. Definitely it can't be a continual bad wheel spree. That can't happen because I would die. So that just can't happen. Do you need a minute to barf? No. The only one I think I've ever felt like I've needed a barf on was the ranch one, man. The ranch one I think is the only one I've ever felt the need to barf on. Yeah. Anira, welcome in. I'm fine. Okay. Here, I'll let you guys vote on what map we go to. How about that? Little democracy? All right. Your vote counts once. 1 through 14. Put it in chat. Where do you want to go? Don't forget the hot dog smoothie. Oh, listen, I'm talking about the sodas. I'm not talking about just in general. Yes, okay. That absolutely, yeah. That taste will forever live with me too. Yeah, that was pretty god awful as well. Yeah. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Boop, boop, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo, da, boop, boop, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo, ba-doo, boop. What's up, Addie? Oh, man. Not as bad as hot dog. What happens beyond? I don't know, Neon. We haven't discussed it yet. I don't know. We haven't discussed it. We haven't said what would possibly happen. It's one of those, it's just something you never plan for, expect. So it's like, it's hard to say, like, if we get to that point, what would we do? You know? A sour wheel? You know, at one point I tried to do those toxic waste candy things. It actually like hurt. I couldn't do it. No, I couldn't do it. It actually was causing pain. I was like, oh shit, I can't do that. Yeah, I tried. All right, where are we going? Random. Real original. Hot sauce wheel. Maybe another giveaway. Maybe. Maybe I'll have to talk to the mods about it, see, get their opinion. Voted Willow. I appreciate you. Unique New York. Unique New York. Bye, Cassie. Have a good night, friend. Voted prison. It's all right. We'll do a random. We have normal items this time, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Both wheels. That's why I was saying I almost want to try. I almost want something different. Yeah. But we'll see. Good wheel's good for chat. The bad wheel's funny for chat to watch. I mean, yeah, I know. Watch me during the Rocket League era? Oh my god. Hey, what up, Mythical? Thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you, man. Pick people to play with you. Oh, I don't want to do that. I feel like that'd be weird. That would feel weird. I know. No, I appreciate it, DJ. I do I really appreciate it. That would feel really weird. Saying like if we reach this point in a day that we do viewer game, like that would be weird. All right. Random map. Where are we going? This is what we do, and
All right, we're here.
at least I'll be able to see. You know what? You know what?
And prepare accordingly before starting
Bright side of the
investigation.
bright side. I'll be able to see where the hell I'm going.
The coast here seems to be
No, no. I can move at normal speed, and I can see where I am. Look,
to help your investigation.
these work. It's fine. It's fine. What if I get orbs? What if I go like this, and all of a sudden we see an orb? What would you do then? Where's the bone? Over there. What if I did this and all of a sudden we saw the bone in the camera? Wouldn't that be some shit? I've never actually seen the bone in the camera before, but that'd be pretty cool. I wonder, has anyone ever actually seen the bone in the camera before? You have? Oh, that'd be cool. I don't know if I have. Once, actually? That's cool. High school? Nice. All right, I'm seeing nothing. I ain't seeing nothing. All right, let's go. While I'm carrying the camera. Wait, what? Why is Flash side-eyeing the map? Because we were just here, basically. And every time I do random, it's always the largest map. Almost always. Let's do... You. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, what's up, Alan? How late do you stream on Fridays? It depends. It depends. We just kind of go with the flow, friend. We just kind of go with the flow. Microphones are the way to go. I think everybody has a different strat. I think people just have different strats. Some people like to use the parabolics. Some people like to set up the mics on the ground. Some people like to just walk, shut doors, check back twice. Yeah, it just depends. It just depends. I'm going to pick a direction and go. You like sound sensors? Yeah. I like to do, actually, you know what? You know what we need to do? We need to go check for power. We need to check for power. Just got home from the pub. Nice. How was that? Hopefully it was a blast. I just wish the ambience was marked differently. That would be really nice. Ooh, look at you, you pretty thing. Gotta hand it to you. You're really pretty. I kind of want to use ya. Maybe we take a lap. Maybe we take a lap. The paw.
The paw.
Pulte? Is it juggling? Love the crossbow shot on Pilgrim. Thank you. I think Doc loved it as well. Fuck. Where you at, broski? Is this your room? It's not that cold in here, though. Say it again, ghost friend. Didn't quite catch that. Where's the room? Stop it. Cleanery? There's no other, like... It can't be the hallway. It can't be. Where? You son of a bitch. What light did you just flip? Where'd you just do a flip? You just did a flip. You son of a bitch. Where is it? Fuck. Where is it, dude? I heard a switch. Motherfucker, what? Is this your room, dude? Why is the temps not changing here? What the? Excuse you. Why use the flashlight if you have the night vision? Because I like the look of it. Yeah. That's the main reason, Mercury. I could use night vision all the time and just walk around. But just seeing green all the time, honestly, would just annoy me. So I like... Oh, I don't think I actually walked in here. Yep. Oh, hey, how are you? We do have hiding right there. I have a sneaky suspicion. Unless it juggled shit off of... Oh, I can't pick you up. Stop. I need more shit. I need more shit. All right, Pam. Have a nice day. Multi-pile? Yeah. All right, now she can do it. What we're going to do is we're going to quickly run upstairs and go right above her. And hopefully live. Ever had a ghostie at the front door area of Sunny Meadows? Oh, of course. Of course. Which room was it? Is it that one? don't remember which door it was. It's one of those. Cleaner, thank you for the subs. Oh, I forgot to turn that off. I'm so sorry. Ghost is active. Yeah, we're trying to see if Ghosty's gonna give us a pile to us. Oh, that was weird. Poor college student, hello. HR chucking stuff over here. No worries, Addie. Have a good one. Yeah, a lot of whispers. Yeah. Mrs. Freeze. Hi, friend. Love the Reptar shirt. Thank you. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Anybody get that? Anybody gonna get that? Whoops. I didn't mean to move that. Whoops. Whoopsie. There. Go there. There we go. All right, it's not doing the thing or the stuff. I'm good. How are you? Starting to think this is not a polter, or it's very lazy. Busy summer doctor appointment. Apparently, I scheduled all of them a year ago. That sounds right. But I'm good. Busy. Lots of stuff happening. I feel ya. Possibly miling. Maybe. I might just make it hunt. At this point. What if my sanity is low enough to where if I change the weather, it'll hunt? Because if I change the weather, it'll drop my sanity 25. And we could... Is this no evidence? It wasn't intended to be. I was thinking we possibly have a polty because we walked in and I thought I heard a ghost juggling multiple things. Yeah? You just want to play with someone? You can check the official Phasmo Discord. Or you can check mine. Always worth a shot. Wish to trap it. I could. I wish to trap the ghost. Yeah. We'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. So, if we need to, we can book it. I mean, if Ghost is going to come running up here... If Ghost is going to come running up here, if it's like a Dio and knows where we are, we just have to outpace it. And if we have to outpace it, then that just means we can just run down the hallway, you know? But I can sit above it like this. And then if we have to hide, we have hiding. We have hiding right here. Right there. Guys, there's ads about to play, by the way, that I cannot snooze anymore. How do you think of the follow? Sounds like a normie. Ting, 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 ting. Not a miling? No. Hey, what's up, Kratos? Okay. So, Ghosty is just stupid active, huh? Normal, I think the blinks were normal. Prestige? No, not yet. Not yet. You know if they're going to add a new ghost in the game? No clue. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Oh, we'll just spam it. All right. So we know where Ghosty is. We'll take you. We'll take you. We'll take you. Sanity takes a minute to replenish, so we wait. The ads booted you out? What do you mean they booted you out? Need to add real life locations. I don't think that they'll ever do that. I really don't see them doing that. Oh, your app closed from the lagging. Oh, geez. Jeez. All right, let's do this guy. Maybe what we'll do is we'll take the UV. Maybe we'll check for, it might be touching some doors. We can check for that. I'll avoid the salt. We'll take you. We'll take the camera. We'll take this. And let's go. There we go. All right, as we're done, we'll go back inside. Demon Trust. Roger that. Roger that. Twitch ads are your spirit animal. I dig it. I dig. All right. No orbs. No ultraviolet yet. Toss, no shade. See my breath, but I don't know if it's freezing. It's super close. It's maybe not going to get there. All right. Back we go. It's always a demon. If you're Chiba, it's a demon. Maybe if you bonk the temple, give it a good smack against the wall. See ya, Sunflower. Have a good night, friend. This is why we can't have nice things. To have line of sight speed. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it sped up when it saw me. Pretty sure that it did. Late you be playing? Not sure yet. Your most common ghost was a Goryo. That's right, mine's a Ure. Extra. Insanity? Nope. It's Nightmare. It's a nice, comfy Nightmare. I think I just heard a door touch. A door touch. No phalanges. Regina Phalange. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you far? Are you near? Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Where are you? Why do you only play solo? What do you... How do I only play solo? My last stream, I played multiplayer. The stream before that, I'm pretty sure I played multiplayer. The stream before that, I'm pretty sure that I was playing multiplayer. I could be talking out my tush. Or Monday I did. I think one out of the last 4 or 5 streams I played solo. But yeah, why not? How can you move when the spirit box is on? Because I'm not using text. So I was playing with Doc. Good old Doc. Good old Sir Dockerton. All right, we can see the book from here. We can see the dots. Sweet. Sweet. He's a brave soul. We try to be. You can move with the spirit box with text to speech. Oh yeah, I don't use text. So I don't even know. If you can, then I don't know why they can't move. Oh, you got to do it in a certain way. Ah, okay. Yeah, if they use text, I'm not sure. Got his big boy pants on. I don't know. Maybe they get upset because I play solo. Yeah, sorry. Pilgrim game was funny. It was very funny. It was very, very good. Like the experience with multiple people. I think obviously it's rough around the edges. I think they definitely need to increase the proximity chat distance. I think would be super nice. Being able to hear people from further away would be really cool. That'd be super cool. What the bird do though? I don't know. We never got that far. Night, Daddy. All right. We have no evidence. Another stinky spirit. There's no orbs. You son of a bitch. Never mind. Yeah, I saw it. Well, it's not. I don't think it's an Oni. I could be wrong. I could be wrong in that. But I don't think it's an Oni. All right, what do I not have down there? EMF? Oh, it can't be an Oni. It farted on us. Oh, yeah. That's right. We don't have salt down there. I have a book down there. Yeah. I do have a book down there. It hasn't interacted with it, though. It'd be really nice if it would shut it. Either shut it or just write in the damn thing. Just mark it as a ghost and leave. We call that quitting. Yeah, we don't do that here. Hey, Sanchez, how are you? It's not interacting with the book. Why aren't you interacting with the book? All right, let's take salt, EMF, and a smooge. Salt, EMF, smooge. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Having book problems? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. The guess and go shit, we don't do that here. It's super stinky. The stinkiest, if you will, if I may, if we must. All right. One there. One there. One there. What if it is a wraith? It's a 5. We need that dot. We need the dot in person. Or not in person, actually, I guess. Which shit. What a bitch. Get the most coverage we can. All right. Take this guy. Go out here like this. Rage. All right. If I need to make a run to the right, we need to be at the ready. Not a Goryo. Also, that's a wraith. Deuces. Bye. What evidence do we have? EMF 5 dots. Saw the dots in person. It walked over top of the salt and didn't actually walk in the salt. We saw the dots go over the salt. Wraith. So if she spawns on us now. Now it's hard to know if she teleported to us or not at any point. We didn't hear her throw anything near us at any point, but I didn't have an EMF on. So hard to say. Hard to say, but yeah. Get me out. Get me out of there. Get me out. Textbook Wraith? I don't know. No, the Apocalypse 3 Wraith that we had at Point Hope. That was textbook. That was textbook. That was textbook. So missing one objective, Sunny Meadows on Nightmare, you get 2K. Doesn't really sound worth it to me. Doesn't really sound worth it to me. Check abilities use. One. In 27 minutes, it used its ability one time. Thanks. What a sweet hat. Pam was a stinky. The bone was in the kitchen. I bet that's where, that's where the power was too. 106 interactions. Yeah. Yeah. It was, that's why we thought it was a Pulte, because it was throwing so much crap. So much stuff. Good gravy. Not to mention the whispers. I know. All the whispers. Oh, let's see. Hold, please. Do 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 do. Oh, would you stop it? I hate you guys. What's up, Kelsey? How are you, homie? Okay. Honestly, dude, I thought about prestiging tonight. I might wait to do it till Sunday. I might wait. I don't know. What's your opinion on the best XP gain to farm levels? I usually play Nightmare with friends. Still kind of hard to get hunt steps right. I mean, if you're just trying to XP farm, Nightmare with friends to farm levels is, in my opinion, not the best way. Yeah. Yeah. Or kid, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back, friends. Still hold. Oh, you don't have to hold anymore. Sorry, Sparkle. Show us what the badge looks like. I don't know. Here it is. I don't. Here you go. I don't know. I don't know what you. Oh, the next prestige. Oh. Yeah, I mean, if I press the buttons, I'm afraid of pressing the button again and then it making me prestige when I'm not ready. Do I have a favorite? I'll tell you what, one of my favorite badges is that one. Anybody can get this badge. Anybody. And you can get that badge in less than 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. It is not hard to do. That's a good one. I love it. It's the one you use. I love it. It's one of my favorites. Just suffer and do 15 times point hope and you'll level in no time. Okay. No, I like my 12 time, my 10.12 multiplier that I do on Tangle. That's my XP farm if I ever decide to do one. I like it. Yeah. Yep. Hapsa, hello, friend. How are you? I'm good. Thank you, Mayor. The one that Mayor just posted, that's the one that I like to do. Yeah. The fact that it's animated as well. Right. I hear the words of a quitter. No, you can't quit what you didn't start. Do you have a video on how to get the badge? I do. Yeah. I do. Let's hold, please. Let me mute this. I don't want it to play volume. Yeah, if you don't want spoilers, please don't watch the video. But if you don't give a shit about spoilers, then there you go. That will show you how to get the badge. Yep. You don't have to. In that one, we changed the weather because honestly, initially we thought you needed to, but also because at nighttime it looks better. So that's another reason. But yeah. So yeah, if you watch that, that'll show you how to do it. How long has Phaz been released? I feel like it's been, Phaz has been out since 2020. It's been out since 2020, but it's been early release. So it's still not technically a full release game. Is that the full VOD? No, that's the short version. Just looked at the merch. There's going to be some new merch soon, Sufi. Yeah, there'll be some new merch soon. There's going to be a pretty sweet tee or two coming soon. Just saying. Just saying. Do I want a prestige? Oh, I kind of do. But I kind of don't. Asking if the game is still fun to you when it's not scary to you anymore, you know, like everything about every ghost. Well, to me, I love the puzzle aspect of it and the fact that it still does jump scare me and it still does have parts of it that absolutely put me on the edge of my seat. I think no matter what, when you are playing a game with as many hours as I have invested, like others do, I think there's going to be some things that you become desensitized to no matter what. So when somebody says like, well, it's not scary to you anymore, if you play anything for a certain amount of hours, of course you're not going to be scared of it as much anymore, no matter what it is. So that's why people play so many different random indie horror games, because it's new. It's a new jump scare, right? New. But why is it that Phasmo has stuck so hard? Why is it that this is the game that you come back to so often? It's because the investigations feel so different every time. Even though you have the same possibility for the number of ghosts, the same evidence, everything, it feels different every time. It's a different outcome. That's why. I love it. I love that. I love every aspect of it. I love that I can play this solo. I love that I can jump in with friends. I love that we can joke around. I love the in-game voice. I love being able to hear my friends' muffled screams from across the map. I love it. There's a reason that this has been my mainstream game for 3 years. If that's a good way of putting this for you. There's a reason for it. Yeah. If that helps at all. One thing you would change in Phaz? One thing I would change? Oh God, I don't know. I mean, if I could change one thing today. If I could change anything in Phaz. I mean, there's definitely things I think that could be implemented that would be, or I guess things I would like to see that be cool. I would surely love to see the goddamn photo system updated, for God's sakes. The photo system getting updated is going to be so nice. I really can't wait. Yeah, Lily, thank you for the sub and welcome in. Thank you so much, friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. Please, the photos. Yeah, seriously, being able to delete photos is going to be so good. There's little things. There's little things that I want added, like the ability to continue moving this direction when you get to this. The fact that you go to this screen, need to go to this screen, and then go over here and go to this screen, and then come back to this screen doesn't make sense. You're clicking extra screens for no reason. That's a very small thing, but in my opinion, if I could go here, click next, which would take you to this screen, and then go to there, it just makes sense. It just makes... It gets you in the investigation quicker, right? You're playing more games, more game time. Other things. I would love that, you know what? Oh, you know what? How many times did the ghost interact in the last match? I have no fucking clue. I would love to be able to look it up right now. Press a button, shows all the last stats. It's an example. We actually do know, but I'm just saying, shut up. Shh. Shut your lips. You know what I mean? But I would love if I could look right now, no matter what, the last match, be able to see the last stats from the last match that I played, no matter what. If I left the game completely, shut it down, opened it back up, I could still see the last game stats that I played. I don't know. I'm not a developer. I don't know how hard stuff like that is, but I feel like that can't be that hard to do. The amount of times you just fat finger and click and go to the next screen and go, oh, I wanted to see where the bone was. Oh, but it's too late. And I clicked and I don't know where it is and it's gone. I would love it. That'd be great. Yep. Maybe you keep, no, the last game, not the last third, the last one, the last game, the last game stats. Yeah, that'd be great. Love it. Love it. Little things. I think you should be able to use the goddamn equipment that's in this lobby. I think this is nice and neat that this shit's here. Let me fucking take it off the wall. Let me throw this shit around and actually touch it. Why the fuck is this here if I can't pick it up? Little things. We have Point Hope, where we have a dartboard and a pool table and all these cool games. Why are they not here? We still have cornhole and bowling and big Jenga. Where the hell's the dartboard? Move this shit. Get this out of here. Darts. Come on. Do something with the forbidden room. Pool table. No, I don't know. No, I said I kind of like the idea of, which they would probably never do. Chess, right? Chess table. Yes. Have 2 seats. Oh my God. Have an actual table up here, like a table. Like fuck this shit. Have like a table with 2 chairs, and you could actually sit down and play a game of chess. That would be really cool. Kind of like Outlast, how you can have your own room. It'd be cool if you could actually decorate the room in here. What if you could change the room, like the theme, to go off of the theme of like what the themes were in here? So like when it was themed like Halloween or Christmas or Easter or any of that stuff, how cool would that be if you could just do that in this room? And then this entire room could be whatever you want it to be. I don't know. That'd be stupid, maybe stupid, but it'd just be a nice touch. And then maybe like things that you can unlock in the game or shit that you can add to this room, you know? I don't know. Just, you know, we're just spitballing, just thinking of things. Do you want to talk about cosmetics? Let's talk about cosmetics. Like cool shit that you can unlock that would just be incentives that would be really fun, cool things to add to the game. The plushies. Add the goddamn plushies to the lobby. Yeah. That'd be cool. If you grab the shark, right? If you grab the shark and the parrot and all that stuff, they appear here. Yeah. What happened to the new voice recognition system? They had it in beta. I don't know if they're like working on it now or what. I don't know. Chess table gonna pay 20. Okay. Chase everyone with Bruce. Yes. Oh, that'd be so great. Please. We still have all this old shit that's from forever ago. Give us new. Give us new. Yeah. There's old shit that I wish we did have though. Like the little dude that peeked over here with the eyes. I wish that they were back. Yeah, man. Yeah. Cool if you had to load your truck now. Go in the weird menu. Wait. Would be cool if you had to load your own truck, not go in that weird menu. Would be cool if you had to load your own truck, not go... Oh, you mean not go in this menu? You mean not go in this thing? Is that what you mean? Oh, you mean you're saying physically load your truck? Oh, that would suck. Oh, hell no. Oh, fuck that. No. No, half the people would quit playing this game. No way. No way. Physically load the truck and then like have to physically put... No shot. No. Actually go over here, pick the shit up, go put it inside the truck, go pick that up, go put it in the truck. No, I would quit. More realistic? It's more realistic. I get that part, but every single game you play, you're having to go and pick up and go load the truck. There's a difference between realism and ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, I would never play. Yeah, that I would not play. No one would do this. No one would do that. In a game with ghosts that choke people? That's one thing in Death Watchers. I'm not a big fan of that either. Having to return everything back to that area. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. Mayor, I'm not a fan of that either. Yeah. I think being able to customize the exterior of the truck would be neat. You know, it's really funny. Whenever I was outside of the ghosts occasionally roaming in the lobby, you know, I do wish that the a Pam jump scare came back. I agree with that, Troy. Yeah, I do agree that I wish a Pam jump scare was back. That this door was cracked and that when you went to go look in that door, that your ass got scared again. Yep, I miss it. When I was at Point Hope, I remember standing outside of the truck, and the outside of the truck looked black, not white. And I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. And they're like, oh, whoops. I'm like, don't whoops. Make it like that, like a wrap. I'd rather have it. Started playing after the jump scare. I need to go Google it. I probably have an old VOD with it. I would almost guarantee that I have a VOD with it, because I have a VOD channel. I have a YouTube VOD channel that has some pretty old VODs on it. Oh God. I mean, we're talking old. I wonder if I could find one real fast. Videos, oldest. Would I have looked at the jump scare? Maybe I've done it. Maybe I did it in the Nightmare update. Played Phasm VR. Yep. Yep. There's the Nightmare update. Why did they change the lobby? Just for something different. Pre-beard, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm just peeking. Peeking at the old lobby. I don't know. I get horrible motion sickness. This is the nightmare update, though. I don't know if this is what I want to look at. I don't think that's what I want to look at. Hold on. Oldest. Maybe we want to look more like... maybe here? I'm just guessing at this point. Oh, there it is. Right fucking there. No way. I found it. Hold on. There it is. Found it immediately. Hold. Go back. Title when you join. This is a couple years ago. Look, same headphones. Look different. Well, different glasses. Not as much of a beard. Yeah, and if you're ever curious what I'm doing for a stream, if you come in and type !the plan, I update that every stream. And it will tell you exactly what we're doing for the stream. So today is Phasmophobia. What's up, Austin? I don't do that. Imagine reading a title. I mean, I join streams based on titles. What's this? Hey. I don't know about you. Here, should I make that a little bigger? You know what we'll have to do one day? One day we'll have to go back and watch one of my old VODs and watch like an old hunt. You know what I mean? And just, I don't know. Like, I don't think I have, I definitely don't have like original title like when I first played. Yeah, and if you're ever curious what I'm doing for a stream, there you go. If you come in and type !the plan, I update that every stream. And it will tell you exactly what we're doing for the stream. So today is Phasmophobia. But yeah, this is what the jump scare was in the old lobby. Imagine reading a title. I mean, I join streams based on titles. Hey. I don't know about you guys. Like, how many of you guys join a stream because of a title, and how many of you join a stream because of a picture? Just curious. 23 months. Well, I'm glad I didn't gift you the 2-year. For me, it's... So look. This was also in the old lobby. Look at this. So, if you look... Oh, son of dick. Look down. No, what are you doing, stupid? Go back. Go back, you idiot. What is this moron doing? Go back to the thing. On the shelf. We point this out at some point, like, I don't know, in an even older VOD, we definitely point it out, but the stuff on the shelf here is the equipment we use now, all the preview equipment. Yeah. So you can actually see the tier 3 writing book. You can see the tier 3 UV, the tier 3 tripod. You do have, but the OG Phas didn't have this. The OG Phas did not have this. This wasn't here. The original build didn't have this. The build that I have was from, September of 2020. I think. The paint cans, yeah. Yep, rip paint cans. Hi, Dahlia. How are you, friend? Paint, yeah. Yeah, I mean, speedrun.com, there's literally a speedrun category for stacking paint cans. So you would go to the lobby, and this is where you would do it. But look here. Look, you have tier 3 UV. This is like 2 years ago. I forget when this was like 2 years ago, something like that. Tier 3 UV, Tier 3 book, Tier 1 book, Tier 3 spirit box, Tier 3 tripod. You had the, was there anything else different here? The glow sticks. Yeah, all that stuff. Yep. All that jazz. But yeah, so I do have a VOD channel. If anybody is curious, if you ever miss a stream and you're like, listen, I don't like to watch streams back on Twitch. It's not necessarily the most enjoyable experience to watch a stream back on Twitch. So that's why I have all of my streams go to my VOD channel. All of them. You see here, look, 1 day, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, like they all go here. I really slacking on the update stuff. Yeah. Who's that nerd? I don't know. I heard about that guy though. But yeah, they're all here. They're all here though. So, I mean, you scroll, they're here. So if you ever get bored and you want to go back and watch some videos, they're there. They do be there. Hi, Fate. For YouTube, yeah, it's just easier. Scrolling is easier. Scrubbing through stuff is easier. Finding stuff is easier. Yeah. Been noticing the more recent pictures are very colorful. What do you mean? I've been trying to use just screen grabs. I've been trying to use more just screen grabs from the VODs rather than trying to do like the pre-made thumbnail, just because A, it's easier, but B, I think it just looks better. For the VOD screen, yeah, it just looks better. Yeah. Hope everyone had a good stream. Yes. How was your night, Fate? All the profile pictures, your background from viewers changing it. All the profile pictures, your background from wait, what? Wait, what? I think after 2 months, you can't see the old streams on Twitch. Yeah, unless you save them. You can save them, but I don't know. My fear, honestly, with that is that at some point, Twitch is gonna pull the trigger and say, listen, we're tired of supporting videos no matter what. Because like if you can save a highlight on Twitch and the highlight can be extremely long and you can just save as many as you want of them. So you can save every single stream and it won't go away. I have a feeling Twitch will end that at some point. Yeah, Stefan, hello, friend. I have a feeling they're going to end that at some point. Crow, Sparkle, Survivor, I swear to God. Good. Keep holding. The evolution of the facial hair. Yeah. Yeah. My wife, listen, my wife, it's like she was okay with it going a little bit longer and I liked it a little bit longer. And then there was a point where it was like she didn't want it any more, but definitely didn't want it any less. So we found like a good middle ground. She would not want it any more than this, though. She would not want it any more than this. Yeah. So we found the happy medium. Yeah. People are like, oh, you should try to grow a full. I'm like, no, she would never have it. I will be at Dahlia's house in 6 days. Happy wife, happy life. That's bullshit. That's a lie. Happy wife. She's happy now. Song is a real one. He is. My dad's beard had to grow on my mom. He was sick of shaving. I haven't done a clean shave and I don't remember when. And I'm damn happy about it. Yep. I don't want to either. Not interested. No thanks. No thanks. What's up, Kieran? Oh my goodness. It's 12:49. It's 12:49. I don't think I have it. I don't think I have the strength to prestige right now, friends. I don't think I have the strength. I think we save it for Sunday. I think we save it for Sunday. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Save it? Yeah. Well, the plan was to prestige before the weekly so we can use the weekly XP to give us that little extra boost. Give us the little extra boost. Can't watch Sunday? Oh, that's okay, friend. Rest up, I will. Yeah, we yesterday, it was a long one, man. Freaking woke up at 5 a.m., traveled all day. Well, sorry, traveled and did doctor things, and then didn't get home till like 1:30 a.m., 2 a.m., got up at like 6:30-ish, and then went to work all day, and then came back, and yeah, there's a lot of shit happening, man. A lot of stuff happening. So, yeah. Me and my peanut butter and carbonated jelly soda tummy. So many things. Yeah, so many things. So many things. Good things. It's good things. Yeah. I know. I'll get to hug so many. I know. Okay. Well, friends, it is 12:50. We've had many a chat. We'll definitely have to plan a day. We'll watch, like, maybe I'll find one of my old VODs and we'll like sit down and watch it. Watch an old hunt or two just to see how it was. Maybe it was the same. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that different. Maybe we just sucked a lot and didn't do that great. I don't remember. I don't know. But yes, YouTubes, thank you, friends, so much. We will be live again on Sunday. Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard per the usual. We're definitely going to prestige on Sunday. It's going to happen. So we'll be prestige 12 at that point. We will be prestige 12. So thank you, friends. I appreciate you for all the funds. And Tiki Tax per the usual. Thank yous. I'm glad that the vertical and the landscape worked today. I'm glad that that worked out. What the hell's wrong with you? I appreciate you guys. Oh my god. Let's go find someone to say hi to. Y'all? Y'all? The Star Wars. Oh my goodness gracious. And mods, we need to have a talk. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? You know what I wanted to do before we left? I need to show you guys. You know what? You're here late. You guys are here late. I'm going to show you the merch. You want to see what the merch is? I'm going to show you the merch. So I have a new shirt. We have a talk. Yeah, no, we need to figure out what's going to we need to decide what's going to happen after the good wheel and the bad wheel. We need to decide what's going to happen. What's going to happen after we need to decide what's going to happen for the third big thing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Rayla. Appreciate you, friends. Vulcan salute. Gosh, I'm dying. All right. Hold on. Let me pull up the thing. I'll show you guys. It's not released. Like, I haven't released it yet. I'm trying to just I'm holding back from releasing because I kind of want to I want to make sure that the quality is good. I always try to verify that first before I just release to the wild. But you know, but I can show you guys. I can show you guys what it looks like. So I had a shirt made. Let me save 2 images of it so I can show both images of it. Basically just a folded version and a straight up version of it. Okay. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Little t-shirt tees. That is correct. That is correct. Little TTs, if you will. All right. So this, because you guys are here late, I got to show you guys. So this is going to be one of the next pieces of merch that's coming out. Chat's getting cursed. It looks so good. It looks so good. Look at. I love it. I love it. The entire thing is so good. The EMF, Bruce, Toe. We're calling it Plushies Attack. ETA. So the ETA, I want to get it first to make sure again that the quality is good, to make sure that the quality in person is good, and then I will release. Then I'll full send. So I will expedite as quickly as possible. Yeah, the UV, the name with the lightning bolts next to it. Yeah. But yeah, all of it, man. Yeah, it's so good. Look. It's so good. I love it. I love it. The little extra pins to the side. This won't. So this is. I have multiple people doing multiple things. Okay. Multiple people doing multiple things. This is one thing. So there's going to be multiple different things happening. Yeah. Yeah. So this is one of them. I love it. So just a little tease. Just a little tease. Just a little tease. But yeah. Very freaking cool. I'm super excited. If people express interest of wanting this on anything else, then I will look into putting this on something else. As of right now, the idea was to just have a shirt of it, but if there's interest of like sweaters or something, then, you know, or hoodies, then I obviously would look into it. But yeah, there's the idea would be that I would have multiple colors available for this. So probably like black, a dark gray, probably like some sort of pink, but not necessarily a pink. Probably like a purplish pink, and then like a very light blue. Like a mug? I could probably fit that on a mug. A glow in the, oh dude, that'd be sick. Imagine like a pink one. That'd be cool. Hoodies. Wear the crap out of hoodies. Yeah. The fourth wall shirts, I wear the living shit out of. The fourth wall shirts I wear all the time. If there's like one thing that I wear more than anything, it's their shirts. Almost, I wouldn't, I don't know, maybe almost every day. I don't know if they make glow in the dark stuff. I don't think they do. If they did, I would have a goo one. Hoodie? Okay. We'll definitely talk. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, friendos. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. All right. Let's go find a friend to raid. Yeah? But yeah, you guys are late. You're my late beans. You guys are here. You stuck around. You know, I appreciate yous. Like the idea of hoodies? Okay. Maybe, you know, is that like with the hoodie idea? Do we like the idea of it being on the back of the hoodie or the front of the hoodie? You're a bean? Because with the t-shirt, obviously it's on the front, right? Both? I don't know. Murphy, thank you for the biddies, by the way. Front and back? I don't know about that. Front personally? Maybe we do like a vote thing. How you not get scared when playing? I think the more that you play, the more you play, the safer you feel, which is when you then not feel as scared. Yeah. Stay front so we can always see the cuteness. Well, I mean, because what you could always do is you could always have the large design on the back, but you could have the same design on the front as like a pocket, you know? Or hear me out. Wait, pause. Or the design on the back, but then you have the FlashForce on the front with the little lightning bolts, like the name on the front with the little lightning bolts right there, but the big design on the back. That might be the way. I think that might be the way. He's cooking. Let him cook. No, I'm sorry. I say that to my kids when they say that. I do have a Reptar shirt. I do. I like it. I'll definitely do that. That's the way. I like that idea a lot. Yeah, when I hear my kids playing video games upstairs, when they're playing games, and I just hear him go, let him cook. I'll say, yes, that is a great idea. You should let him cook. He's like, shut up. I try to embarrass them out of saying stupid stuff. He's like, come on, bro. I'm like, yeah, bruh. He's like, shut up. Heat sensitive mug, have the lighthouse style. Oh, that'd be cool. If I'm capable of doing that, yeah, that'd be sick. Okay, let's see what we have, friends. What the fuck? What the? All right, I don't know what the hell he's doing, but we're gonna go see. What more should follow? I don't know. Embarrass their children. That's what I'm here for. Merch ideas for those that crochet. We need a project bag, tote bag, some kind would be awesome. Listen, Break of Daylight does a lot of great work. Break of Daylight made me, on the back here, made me a Yippee and a Bracken that have been sitting on my shelf for quite a long time. And the Yippee actually yippies. Actually yippies. If I squeeze. You have those too. See, they're so great. I love them. That's what we need to do too. We need to have another lethal crowd control day. We need another one of those very soon. Make it Yippee. They're fake. They're not real. It's CGI. See? Isn't that awesome? Break of Daylight. Yes. Check her out. Break of Daylight is awesome. They are amazing. They are amazing. Please check them out. All right. I know where we're going, friends. All right. If you are not subbed, there you are. If you are subbed, there you are. Creepy little tier 3s. We love you. There you are. All right. We have a few streams left until the end of the month. We are a little shy of 100 subs away from making me dress up as Bruce the Shark. We are getting ever so close. We're going to go say hi to Chiba. He's playing a game called Lake. I have no idea what the hell this is. It looks very interesting. I don't know what it is. But it looks like you have to make decisions. So we're going to help him make those decisions. It seems like the right thing to do. Yeah. Floor, thank you for the Prime. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Guys, if you're not already in my Discord, my Discord link is there and the rest of my socials are there. I post on YouTube regularly, and the ticky tacks and all the things and the stuff. Allie, thank you for 16 months. Hello, friend. Oh, I had to renew. I appreciate it. Thank you. AskCheebs.com. Yes, if you have any questions for Cheebs, you can either post it in his chat or go to his website. We were just playing with Cheebs the other day. He was playing Pilgrim with us. Chiba is hilarious. Chiba is amazing. That man is an entertainment machine. Yes. All right. Let's go say hi to Cheebs. And yes, it is always a demon. That is correct. That is correct. Guys, what we love to do with Chiba, especially if you have any random questions, anything that is really off the wall, please feel free to ask him, especially when we go into his stream. So, hey, how is water made? Or maybe like, do jelly beans float? Or if I combined, you know, like a child with a dog, does that make a house? Anything along those lines. He loves those kinds of questions. And sound alerts. Gold. Yes. And he will read. He's like Ron Burgundy, where he will always read the teleprompter. So thinking of really funny words to say are also a really good idea. How often do you change your... So good. So good. Cleater, you're on it. You're on it. You guys are good. You guys are good. I dig it. All right. We will be live again, friends, on Sunday. And guess what? I will have a new chair. I will have new chair. Song, I will have new chair. New chair. New chariot awaits. Chair will be here. Chair's not going anywhere. But I will have a new chair.